Good afternoon, and thank you for joining the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, affectionately known as OSDBU, and the elected officials to Protect America organization, EOPA, for the 5th annual Veterans Small Business Day, and it's entitled Inflation Reduction Act Opportunities. And a special thanks to all our nation veterans for their service. We recognize all our veterans, including some of you in the audience, who have given something of themselves to this country, and some have given the ultimate, laying down their lives to defend the freedoms we so cherish. My name is Nicola Ohebu, and I'm a senior small business advocate within the DOE OSDBU. Welcome. I am standing on behalf of retired U.S. Army Major Ron Pierce, director of the DOE OSDBU, who unfortunately had a family emergency and could not be here today. Director Pierce has been instrumental in this event and partnership with EOPA, and it could not have been possible without him. Thank you, Director Pierce. At this time, I welcome the audience to stand with me in reciting these 31 words which affirm the values and freedom that the American flag represents. The Pledge of Allegiance. Can you please stand? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. We welcome you all to our event today as we honor and celebrate our veterans, including the over 4,500 veterans across the DOE, for their unwavering service and sacrifice to America. We also thank and pay tribute to all the veteran-owned small businesses supporting the department's mission. We have a great event lined up for you today with in-depth information and small business opportunities to partner with DOE to advance climate and energy security. Throughout the event, we will highlight a wide range of procurement opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act to support the department's mission, including advancing clean energy transition. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce the Honorable David M. Turk, Deputy Secretary of Energy. Prior to his nomination as Deputy Secretary, Turk was the Deputy Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, EIA, where he focused on helping countries around the world tackle their clean energy transition. He also directed reports on digitalization of energy systems, the future of clean hydrogen, and project tackling progress on a wide range of clean energy technologies. During the Obama-Biden administration, Turk coordinated international technology and clean energy efforts at DOE. During this time, he helped spearhead the launch of Mission Innovation, a global effort to enhance clean energy innovation. Turk also served as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director at the U.S. National Security Council, where he coordinated interagency legislative efforts to the full range of national security agencies and provided legislative advice to National Security Council decision-making. Please welcome Deputy Secretary Turk. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nicola, for the introduction and for all your incredible work at our Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU. Let me also thank EOPA leaders and members for your continuing service to our nation through our fight to save our planet and build a clean and equitable energy future. And I also want to thank all my colleagues at the Department of Energy and across this Biden administration for the leadership of our president and our secretary, Secretary Granholm, and the partnership of all of our team to do what's right here for small business owners across our nation. I also want to thank our elected officials who are either here in person or virtually as well, who are also so critical at helping connect the dots so that business owners can be aware of opportunities, can be connected to those opportunities, and we can all move forward together. And finally, since Veterans Day was just a few days ago, let me thank our veterans who are here in particular for our service to our nation. We're so grateful, so thankful. Thank you for your service in our armed forces, but thank you for your service after your tenure in our armed forces as well. Let me note that our commitment to our veterans at the Department of Energy really starts with our workforce. I'm incredibly proud to say that there are 4,560 veterans as part of our Department of Energy team, more than a third of all of our employees. And I also need to do a little bit of bragging here on behalf of our Department of Energy. Forbes magazine just recently ranked us #1 on their list of America's best employers for veterans. So, and just to be clear, to brag a little bit about our Department of Energy team and the veterans that are part of that team, it's not just #1 in terms of the best place for veterans to work among federal agencies or even government agencies. It's #1 overall, including all of our private sector employers. So we're very humbled and proud of that. So that's the workforce commitment to our veterans. But let me also talk about the veterans and what veterans and veteran-owned businesses can take advantage of in terms of the funding opportunities and the partnership opportunities at the Department of Energy. We want to make sure, put simply, that veteran small business owners have every opportunity to stake their claim in the growing clean energy economy that's happening in our country. Our department, it's a big department, it's a diverse department. We contract with small businesses for all kinds of things, from cutting edge research and development at our 17 national labs across the country, to cleaning up pollution to protect the environment in our communities, to construction and engineering projects of all kinds, including many that are first of the kind and very challenging. And our president's Investing in America agenda has opened up so many additional opportunities and avenues for collaboration. Last year alone, we awarded over $10 billion in contracts to small businesses. And we're focused on ensuring those dollars are distributed equitably, including to veterans, to women, and to disadvantaged communities. In the first 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration alone, we awarded a combined $2.6 billion to veteran and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses throughout the procurement process. So I think that definitely merits applause as well. So then the question of the day is, how do you, or how do your constituents get a piece of that pie? How do you collaborate with us? Well, that's what today's event is all about. We're here to answer your questions, to provide information, to connect the dots as quickly as we possibly can to the right folks at our department, our national labs, and other administration officials as well, so that we can be a one team, one fight kind of organization throughout the federal government. So whether it's through our National Veteran Small Business Coalition, to the OSDBU business program team, small business program team, we've got a wealth of talent here, some of the most conscientious, passionate colleagues that I've worked with to try to help you all and to try to connect those dots. It's good for you, and it's also good for us, and it's good for our incredibly important missions going forward. So I encourage you all to take advantage of those resources, and don't hesitate to let us know if you've got any questions or ways that we can be a better partner going forward. So thank you for those who are veterans. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support of all our incredibly important missions and for staking your own claim in all the missions that we have here at the Department of Energy. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Turk, for your leadership and support of the DOE OSDBU program. Before we get further underway, it is important to share some general housekeeping information. While we understand everyone is connected to their cell phones and will not turn them off, we respectfully request for everyone to silence your cell phones and electronic devices. So I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to get that done. Thank you. There is Wi-Fi accessibility in the cafeteria. To connect, simply select DOE Guest, that's DOE-GUEST, DOE Guest, from the list of available wireless networks. Enter the password when prompted. Energy, all lowercase, it's all lowercase, energy.wireless. ENGERY.wireless, energy.wireless. The Department of Energy is a secured building, and attendees are not permitted to wander around the building. Also, please be certain to always wear your security visitor badge above the waist. Restrooms are located on the first and ground floors. Many of you passed it on your way up to the escalators. In the event of an emergency, you're going to exit to my right where we came in. So you will ignore the exit signs around the building and exit where we came through. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. At this time, it is my great pleasure to introduce to the podium the Master of Ceremony, Mr. Alex Cornell Duhu. Alex.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm extremely excited to see such a diverse and amazing group of individuals from all the way from Hawaii to Maine and Ukraine. So thank you to everyone who is here. We had a wonderful time in the evening yesterday, and today the focus is how we're bridging the gaps between elected officials, companies, and nonprofits on the ground who are dedicated to solving the climate crisis and implementing the IRA, and the financing of it, right? Public and private, and bringing the three groups together. So I hope you meet some new folks here, have some wonderful conversations, and learn from the presentations here of how we can get the IRA funding to the Justice 40 communities that desperately deserve it. So with that, I'm going to step aside, and Blake, if you're ready for your first panel, we'll be talking about from the small DOE's OSDBU office and focusing on the amazing programming and their dedication to uplifting veterans and BIPOC businesses to really get the IRA and get it into the communities that deserve it. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Department of Energy and the OSDBU and EOPA Veterans event today. My name is Blake Clemmer. I'm a senior small business advocate with DOE OSDBU. Prior to my current position, I was a contracting officer also with the Department of Energy. Today's presentation for OSDBU will be a little bit consolidated due to time. However, the slides will be available for your use after the event. Next slide. This is a little bit of the overview of what we're going to be going over during my presentation today. Next slide. So we as a department whole are focused on and run obviously by energy, followed by science and innovation strategies, nuclear safety and security, and our management and operation contracts. These are all important functions that keep our agency running and at top performance for the American people. Next slide. This is a map of the Department of Energy and National Nuclear Security Administration site facilities across the United States. These laboratories focus on cutting-edge science, research and development, national defense, and environmental management. Next slide. The Department of Energy proposes a $51.9 billion budget authority for fiscal year 2024. That's a $6.2 billion or 13.6% increase from fiscal year 2023 budget. So what does this mean for you? What does it mean for your small businesses? It means more opportunities to follow the money. Next slide. So the OSDBU mission and commitment. Our mission is to maximize contracting opportunities for small businesses while advancing our agency's missions. So the OSDBU is here to help you and assist you with navigating the Department of Energy's procurement process. Next slide. The U.S. Department of Energy continues its commitment to maximize contracting and financial assistance opportunities to small businesses. Diversity and equity are strategic imperatives critical to mission readiness, and the Department of Energy is committed to cultivating a more diverse supplier base. Next slide. This chart indicates prime achievements for small businesses to include the first-tier small business subcontract awards by our facility management contracts, also known as FMCs. The data shows overall increases in each small business category. However, we do acknowledge our struggles in meeting the assigned goals and have implemented numerous strategies to succeed. We want more targeted outreach and collaborative efforts with our laboratories across the country so that small businesses have more opportunities to expand and grow. Next slide. So this slide is showing us our top 10 NAICS codes for areas of spending for veteran-owned small businesses. So direct prime spending in just these top 10 VOSB NAICS increased 30% from fiscal year 2022. That's an increase of $72.9 million from $244 million in fiscal year 2022 to $317 million in fiscal year 2023. Now, please note, this is simply small business top 10 NAICS codes, not all of our spending. We, like other federal agencies, procure using majority of the NAICS codes. Next slide. So this is similar to the previous slide. This is just showing us the top 10 codes for the service disabled veteran-owned small businesses. Next slide. So the DOE forecast provides anticipatory prime procurement opportunities that are subject to change at any time. So due to the Department of Energy structure, approximately 15 to 20% of eligible procurement dollars are available for prime contracts. The Department of Energy contracts directly with small businesses for prime awards. The department is determined to set aside opportunities for small businesses and its subsequent socioeconomic categories, so that 80 to 85% of Department of Energy eligible procurement dollars is reserved for subcontracting opportunities. So what does this mean for you and your small businesses? It means that you have a greater chance of winning a subcontracting award with the department. And if you don't understand the DOE structure, and especially if you have a limited experience with government procurement overall, we strongly encourage you to pursue subcontracting to your business strategies. So the link attached to the slide there is going to bring you to our Department of Energy Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization Forecast page. So that could be very helpful for you. Next slide. So to apply for federal grants, loans, bid on government contracts, procurement opportunities, your company must first register the businesses in sam.gov. This is imperative to do work with any federal government agency. For the Department of Energy, we use 089, and this will take you to any DOE-specific procurement opportunities. Next slide. The Department of Energy also uses FedConnect as a method of solicitations. We find it offers greater flexibility for our contractors. The benefits are very similar to registering in sam.gov. So the registration covers added benefits. It allows you to see the general announcement along with all supporting documentation attached. So you could submit a response depending on the instruction in the notice. Next slide. So our subcontracting opportunities. The Department of Energy prime contractors are required to subcontract with small disadvantaged businesses, woman-owned small businesses, service disabled veteran-owned small businesses, and hub zone small businesses. So our supply chain management centers, over 60% of the awards are to small businesses. And if you go to the link under these SCMC, you can register there. So the Department of Energy and NNSA site facility management contracts are currently 36 active contracts, which represent about 80% of the Department of Energy acquisition spending. The Small Business Program Manager Directory represents all of the Department of Energy federal program offices across the country and major Department of Energy prime contractors. Next slide. So if you want to get subcontracting opportunities with any of our national labs, it's important that you register with each of the labs separately for your contracting opportunities. So for example, this is Sandia National Lab. And if you want to find any type of procurement opportunities with Sandia, you would go directly to their website. Next slide. So this is where you're able to locate the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act funding opportunities. And this is under our Department of Energy website. So today's event will cover a lot of these funding opportunities for small businesses. Next slide. The U.S. Department of Energy, through the Office of Undersecretary for Infrastructure, is focused on working across the public and private sectors to help the U.S. transition to a clean energy economy. The link attached there will bring you to our DOE funding priorities for clean energy infrastructure page. Next slide. So increasing successes for your small businesses. So tips to increase success. You want to engage, learn, and market. You can use these tips to engage and maximize your successes as a U.S. small business. And again, these slides will be available at the end of the event. So if you don't have a chance to read everything right now, because we're going through pretty quick, you'll be able to do so after. Next slide. So this shows us other links that you may find useful and resources for you to utilize for your small businesses. I'll leave it up because I see some people taking pictures. I'll leave it up for a second. Okay, next slide. So the Department of Energy Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, I appreciate your attendance in today's Veterans event. As seen on this slide, there are a few of our contacts from the DOE OSDBU office, including mine. I am currently the Small Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business Program Manager. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to any of us, and we'll be more than happy to help. Thank you and have an enjoyable rest of your day.
Wonderful. Thank you, Blake. Next, I'd love to introduce Megan Sally Wells. She's the former mayor of Culver City, and she is really a trendsetter in every way because she was able to get oil extraction removed from her city, and then following that, started a trend across California and ideally the world. So Megan Sally Wells.
Thank you so much. And we're going to back up a little bit because I'm going to do a welcome. So reverse. We're going to welcome on behalf of EOPA to this amazing event. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thanks to our partners at the DOE for being such gracious hosts. Let's give them a hand at the DOE. So as Alex said, my name is Megan Sally Wells. I'm the former mayor of Culver City, California. I am a member of the EOPA National Leadership Council, and I'm also the California director of EOPA. So it's a lot of EOPA all the time in my family. And I'm really fortunate. I'm fortunate to work with current and former elected officials and tribal leaders who are environmental champions, and elected officials who are veterans, deeply concerned about environmental justice, energy security, these things that are so core to our national security mission. and elected officials who represent communities on the front lines of the climate crisis. And together we are fighting environmental injustice, pollution, and disinvestment in our communities. Our elected officials to Protect America network cares deeply about protecting our planet, our democracy, by working together to transition to a clean energy economy. We do peer-to-peer organizing, we do education, media, policy work, and we're the only national organization that mobilizes veterans who are lawmakers to work together on the climate crisis. Our local and state elected official network is vast, with members in all 50 states and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. All right. If you are a current or former elected officials, I want you to raise your hand, either dominant hand, left or right, whatever you're more comfortable with. Raise your hand if you're a current or former elected officials. I see you. Okay, raise your hands. Now pat yourselves on the back. All right, veterans or current military, raise your hand, your dominant hand, whichever, left or right. All right. Okay, pat yourselves on the back. And we're gonna give you a hand too for your service. All right, last one. If you are a current or former elected official and veteran and tribal leader and veteran at the same time, I want you to stand up. All right. Now that is public service. And that is what we specialize in at EOPA. We appreciate you. Folks, we have a mission. We have the largest investment in solving the climate crisis that the world has ever seen. It's the IRA. And we need to make sure that it gets to our communities to do the most good to the most people as quickly as we possibly can. Everyone in this room has a part to play. You, all of you, are the leaders to meet this moment. So we're at EOPA, we are so proud to partner with you, to support you, hopefully to inspire you to get this job done. It is an honor and a pleasure to welcome you here today on behalf of EOPA and work alongside you as we invest in our communities to power a safe, healthy, prosperous future with clean power, good governance, environmental justice, and a sense of purpose that unites us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan. And now I have the distinct honor to introduce Chris Castro. He has had quite the storied career, from doing everything from a quite entertaining rap to really spearheading the new office. So Chris, would you please come up and introduce yourself, and maybe not rap right now, but we'll love to learn about how you've been inspiring the states and communities across the nation. So.
Perfect. Thank you all. Thank you so much for the invitation, EOPA. It's a real pleasure to have everybody here at the Department of Energy. So welcome to our headquarters. And yes, my name is Chris Castro. I serve as the Chief of Staff here at the Department of Energy in a newly formed office called the Office of State and Community Energy Programs. Very exciting, also known as SCEP. Our office is about to turn 1 year old in 4 days. So it's an exciting week ahead. Not only are we celebrating, obviously, the Thanksgiving holiday ahead, but the incredible work we've done to lift up a new federal programs office that really focuses on how can DOE be a better partner and a co-investor in driving local economic development and job creation in our states, in our local governments, across our tribal governments, and in community serving institutions. So what I wanted to do very quickly before we jump into the panel is just give you an overview of what this office is about. We manage a wide range of funding opportunities and technical assistance programs, 28 different initiatives that equal up to $16 billion worth of formula and competitive grants and technical assistance offerings for those stakeholders that I mentioned earlier to help them accelerate their transition to clean energy. And we do so really with the focus on our underserved and our historically disadvantaged communities first and foremost. It is the lens at which we look at in developing every program here within SCEP. And we know that deploying clean energy for just the sake of clean energy isn't really solving any problems. What we're really looking to do is use this as a tool to drive this local economic development, job creation, wealth building, and of course, moving towards our climate goals as well. Next slide. I mentioned the 28 different programs, and SCEP is unique in that our office is technology agnostic. We are intending to use all of the tools and tool belts across our technology offices at DOE and really look at a community to meet them where they are and understand what that transition might look like. So our programs really cover the gamut. The two largest programs that we have really focus in on the household. It's the Weatherization Assistance Program that for 47 years now has been one of the longest serving EE programs helping low-income households reduce cost. Right. And so the BIL, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, plus that up to $3.5 billion. And we're now working across the entire country in every county in order to deploy those dollars into our homes. In addition, the other big kahuna is the 8.8 billion. Sorry, if you could go back there real quick, the 8.8 billion of the home energy rebates. These are rebate programs that are going to be lifted up at our states across the country, and ultimately helping our low and moderate income households with retrofitting their appliances, their air conditioning systems, their water heating systems, in order to drive not just reduction of energy, but also decarbonization. And so we're very excited. We're starting to see states develop their applications, and soon into 2024, we're going to begin seeing these rebates made available for individuals like yourselves and your communities to begin driving these retrofits. In addition to the household perspective, though, if you take a step up, we have funding for nonprofit 501c3s in our communities. We have funding for school districts for the first time ever. We have funding for higher ed institutions to help them with new training programs and workforce development. We then have funding at the state level where we're funding all 50 states, 5 territories in DC to drive this energy transition forward, and so on and so forth. So you could see, we really do cover the gamut of all levels of support. Next slide. Really quickly, just diving into some of these with a little bit more detail. One of the most important programs that we have going out and far reaching is called the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program, or EECBG for short. We do a lot of acronyms here at the Department of Energy, so apologize for that. But EECBG is actually the furthest reaching funding opportunity coming out of DOE. 2,708 entities are going to be getting direct formula grants. That includes all 50 states and the territories, but also 1,878 city and county governments, 744 tribal governments. So we're talking about it really flowing. And the beauty about this is it's the most flexible. If you go to the next slide, we're excited that essentially now we're about to unlock the tribal portion of this, where 774 tribes are eligible for their funding, and ultimately, helping us to streamline the application process. We know that capacity and burden is an issue, and so what we've been doing is trying to minimize that burden through several different ways. One, we have community energy fellows. We're actually funding individual capacity, individuals in communities to help them with developing their projects. We're also creating blueprints that allows a community to use their funds in a best practice way and streamline the process of receiving those dollars. And of course, wide-ranging technical assistance. So that's been really, really exciting. We also have a new grant. It's an annually appropriated grant program called Energy Futures Grants. And one of the things we've been trying to do is have communities work together, form teams of multi-stakeholders that come together to drive place-based innovation focused on environmental justice. And so this just closed November 10th, but again, the next round will open up in the spring, and this, we are excited, will be an ongoing program to support local and state governments. Next slide. Couple more here, building codes. We know that building codes are, one of the major ways from a new construction, but also existing building standpoint that we can implement to race to the top, as the secretary likes to say. And luckily, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, there's $1 billion for communities and states to update their codes to the latest net zero codes, to the latest IECC codes, and even thinking about existing building standards that can start getting that building stock in our communities to move. Next slide. Community-led innovation prize. There's close to $7.5 million that's opened up currently right now to essentially support local community-led innovation. And this is coming out of our partner office in EERE. Next slide. And then Communities Leap. This is really an exciting effort where DOE has jointly funded with 8 different offices across DOE to support between 24 and 32 communities with deep technical assistance, tapping into our national labs and the supercomputers and the technical capabilities of the labs to develop 100% clean energy transition plans, and then identify what funding and TA they can plug into to accelerate that plan moving forward. So it's a tremendous opportunity. And communities to clean energy to communities, C2C, is another way that we're trying to enable the modeling, the analytical capabilities for our communities to understand what pathways we need to go to hit this clean energy goal. So just in and one last one I will say that will soon come out into early 2024 is a new annual grant program called Local Government Energy Program. And it is intended to focus on our energy communities, the fossil transition communities, the historically disadvantaged communities, and small and mid-sized jurisdictions only. Often our largest and larger cities tend to eat up most of the funding opportunities. They have more capacity, they have more data, they have more abilities. And what we're trying to do is create a grant program that really targets those who have been often left behind. So I think that does round out most of our grant programs. I will mention that workforce development is also absolutely essential to ensuring that we make this transition in an equitable way. SCEP has about $260 million in different training programs, and the next one that will coming out soon by the end of December, before the end of December, is the Energy Auditor Training Program, helping to train the next generation of residential and commercial energy auditors so that we can start to really accelerate these retrofits. So I think I'm going to stop there. Thank you for the opportunity here to share a little bit more insight into SCEP. We have a tremendous amount of resources on our website, and I want to point you to energy.gov/SCEP, SCEP. And if you go a couple more, you'll see there's actually one more. Yep, there's a Stay Connected slide. Everything from signing up for our newsletter, our local and state government newsletter comes out every month and curates all the types of opportunities, not just in SCEP, but across the department that are really supporting states and local governments and communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'd love to introduce Jay Peck, who is the Senior Consultant to the Loans Program Office, and he'll be talking about doing business with the DOE's loan programs. Jay?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jay Peck. I am with the Community Jobs and Justice team within the Loan Program Office, and I'm going to essentially inform you on what we're doing at the LPO. And so for those of you who aren't familiar or are familiar with the LPO or what it is that we do, so we essentially work with the private sector to finance the deployment and scale of innovative clean energy technologies. And I know our director, Jigar Shah, spoke to you all last year. And I think that this quote that he has up kind of highlights and further demonstrates what it is we do at the LPO. And he says, there are many areas that are mature from a technology standpoint, but not mature from an access to capital standpoint. And that there creates that nexus for us to connect with the need to finance these organizations that have a mature technology, but just are unable to access it through the capital. Next slide, please. And so the Inflation Reduction Act, all of you all have heard of the Inflation Reduction Act, but just to give you an idea of how that impacts us, so we have been empowered by this legislation and given the loan authority of billions and billions and billions of dollars. And so the program that I'm going to speak to you all about today is our Title 17 program. And as you can see, we've got, or as of today, we have a remaining loan authority of about $132 billion that we are preparing to push out into the streets of America. So next slide. And just to give you an idea or just a snapshot of our monthly application activity report. And so as you can see, there's 181 active applications for the month of October. We have a $162 billion pipeline. So, that's the amount of requests at about a clip of about 2 applications per week. And as you can see that it's broken down between renewable energy, virtual power plants, storage, carbon management, et cetera. And so I would say about 45% of those applications, or 40% of those applications are in an initial review. 45% of those applications are what we deem as a advanced review, and about 15% of those applications are in due diligence. And so so we all know how applications work, and we all know that more than likely all 181 active applications won't have access to this loan. So even if we saved 50% of that, right, we're looking at $80 billion worth of clean and renewable energy projects all across the country. That still leaves us with about $52 billion to finance for projects across the country. Next, please. And so I'm actually talking to you from 2 sides of the coin, so to speak. One, as a potential applicant. So, you all are small business owners, and you all, could determine whether or not you may qualify for this loan. But on the flip side, we're all stakeholders in our communities, and when it comes to the benefits of clean energy and just how we like to participate and make that wealth building applicable as it's always been. And so for those who may look at themselves as a prospect for this loan, here's the eligibility requirements. Obviously, it must be an energy-related project and located in the United States. It must achieve a significant reduction of greenhouse gases or air pollution. It must have a reasonable prospect of repayment. That is essentially, or one of the distinct differences from our financing, that it is a loan. And so it's a rigorous due diligence process where that is important to understand the prospect of repayment. Number 5, involve technically viable and commercially ready technology. I think that goes back to Jigger's quote at the beginning of the slides, where we're looking for reasonably demonstrated or proven technologies. So this isn't a pie in the sky, type of thing. You see the pipeline is 162 billion, and so we just want to make sure that these technologies have the ability, and then make sure that we have the capacity and the capability to be able to take these loans from what we deem as intake all the way to closure and portfolio monitoring. And lastly, and what I would like to spend the remaining time focusing on is each applicant within the Title 17 program must include a community benefits program. And so our team, the Community Jobs and Justice team, we review and evaluate these community benefit plans to ensure that the community is able to participate in all of these billions of dollars that are coming to these communities. Next slide, please. And so that's for all of our Title 17 programs, the Innovative Clean Energy, Innovative Supply Chain, CEFI, State Energy Financing Institutions, and our Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment. Each applicant must include a community benefits plan. Next slide, please. And so the 4 pillars of our community benefits plan is community and labor engagement. So our team is more than likely, the rest of our team is more than likely doing project visits right now. So we get down into the community. And so from, labor, local leaders, local businesses, we want to engage the community, to inform the community and let the community know that, these types of projects are coming. Second, quality jobs and workforce continuity. So obviously from a construction standpoint, there's going to be a high demand on labor. And so we want to make sure that we have certain work-focused agreements in place, such as a project labor agreement or neutrality agreements, just to ensure that we have continuity when it comes to being able to meet that supply or meet that demand with the appropriate labor. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Obviously, we want to include as many people as we can. Partnership with minority servicing institutions, such as HBCUs, tribal universities, minority-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, women's-owned businesses. We want to make sure that we make this as we cast as wide a net as we can. And then lastly, the Justice 40 initiative, which is with all these federal programs, well, not all of them, but with some of the federal programs, including ours, we want to make sure that at least 40% of these funds are given or benefits what we deem as disadvantaged communities, minorities, and those that I mentioned just a second ago. So, those are the 4 pillars of our community benefits plan. Next, please. Well, essentially that's the end. Yeah, well, and so just my ask to you all, and so we are currently building an infrastructure and a pipeline with our project developers to align businesses like yourself, communities, universities, so that once these funds are ultimately deployed, we are in a position to be able to accept them. The way I look at it right now, 2024 is going to be a very big year for the LPO. You saw the pipeline and you saw the amount of lending authority that we have. So I liken it as a slingshot where we have all this money deployed or ready to deploy, sort of pulled back, ready to just disperse on, like I said, the streets of America. So I'll sit at the panel. So if anyone has any other questions, feel free to ask. Thank you. Oh, well, not now.
Yes, we will be having time for questions momentarily, but we have one more presentation from Charles Wallace Thomas, the 4th, who is a fellow with the Office of Energy, Justice, and Equality at the U.S. Department of Energy. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Wallace Thomas IV, and I'm an Energy and Economic Justice Policy Fellow in the newly renamed, I should say, Office of Energy, Justice, and Equity. Before we begin, and you'll see the little red box, we were previously the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, but that was a 40-year-old name, and so now we've revamped it and we've changed it. But before we begin, I want to thank EOPA and OSDBU, as well as Deputy Secretary Turk, for the invitation to speak here today. And I'd like to share a little bit of a personal narrative, if you will. I'm lucky enough to count among the constellation of my forefathers veterans of several branches of this nation's armed forces. One of these, my grandfather, characterized his mission in life as trying to take his effort, all of his efforts, the sum total of his life force, and pull and push against a lever to try to get it to move down one click, just one, over the course of his lifetime, such that his family could live a better life and he could leave the world a little bit better than he found it. Perhaps as elected officials and small business owners and community leaders, you resonate with this sort of interminable struggle to just move things by one click in the amount of time that we have. And indeed, through his service and his sacrifice as a veteran, and then afterwards in public service in the city of San Francisco, he achieved this mission. And I think it resonates a little bit with the great mission that we have here today, which is not only to achieve American energy independence, sustainability, and renewable and resiliency, rather, in our energy systems, but to leverage the historic levels of federal funding that have been made available by Congress and that are being marshaled through the executive agencies to build a clean energy economy made in the very image of equity and justice. So I mentioned our office was renamed. That's what our office is all about. We're about helping to make sure that equity and justice are at the core of the way that we're implementing DOE funds. So we can go to the next slide, please. Wonderful. Okay, I thought it might make sense to take a big step back. We're here at the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is massive. That's our organization chart. Some fast facts that we won't go into all of them. We were allocated $161.29 billion to help make sure that this energy transition happens. We support over 25,000 researchers. We have 14,000 employees across 17 national labs, and we have over 95,000 management and operating contractors who are responsible for helping us to achieve this mission. So it's a truly massive undertaking that we are trying to complete. We can go to the next slide, please. Our little office, the Office of Energy, Justice, and Equity, is the small blue square on this chart. A lot of the folks that you heard from today, including the Office of State and Community Energy Programs, OSDBU, and LPO, fall under these programmatic offices here, which is where you'll find most of the funding dollars that are available to you as small business owners, or that you might be able to use to leverage in achieving your own missions. Next slide, please. So the mission of the Office of Energy, Justice, and Equity is to ensure that as these offices design their programming, they design it in a way that accounts for disadvantaged communities' needs and creates pathways for them to engage in funding opportunities that they may have been previously excluded from just through the very bureaucratic nature of our processes, or just simply not knowing that these opportunities existed. Next slide, please. So this is our team. Our wonderful leader, Shalea Morissette, who is the chief of our division, is not on this screen, but I put this in our presentation just to demonstrate how committed we are to making sure that you all know exactly what's available, how to access it, and by what time. We visited 23 states over the past 10 months or so across the 10 members of our team. We've been everywhere from Alaska to Miami to make sure that you understand that this is an opportunity that is worth taking now. It's not something that we can afford to not have leveraged when it's all said and done. We can go to the next slide, please. Holding to the next slide. So part of our mission has been to ensure that we open our doors so that you can ask us questions and make sure that you get your questions answered and that you get meaningful and tangible information in real time. Part of our efforts have been to establish an Ask Us Anything series. This is like an monthly open office hours series every third Wednesday, and we featured LPO, we featured other folks, other program offices, to make sure that you can contact them directly and get your questions answered. So I encourage you all to leverage these slides once they're distributed to you to make sure that you join us for one of our Ask Us Anything series. We've done 9 so far this year. We're going to do 11 next year. They're already getting scheduled. So please do leverage that resource. And we can go to the next slide, please. And can you just raise your hands quickly if you all have heard of Justice 40 or understand what it is? Understand, let's say understand first. That's an important distinction. Okay, and heard generally. Okay, good. So it seems like most of us are pretty familiar, but and Jay, you alluded to this earlier in your presentation, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Justice 40 came out of an executive order 14008 established by President Biden to ensure that 40% of the benefits of certain federal investments in things like clean energy transition and clean energy transition technologies are experienced by disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. Some of the work that we did initially in this office was to identify which of DOE's programs were covered by Justice 40. We found that 144 of our programs were covered by Justice 40. So that's most of DOE. We can go to the next slide, please. We also initially did some work to understand exactly where disadvantaged communities were, to define what a disadvantaged community was. And a lot of that work was then taken and progressed by the Council on Environmental Quality out of the White House. And they created a tool called CJEST, the Climate and Environmental Justice Screening Tool. So when you're applying for a funding opportunity announcement, or you're thinking about how you should search for contracts or preempt where contracts are being awarded, I encourage you to look at the CJEST map and understand that this is the map that we, and indeed all the other federal agencies, are using, the map on the right-hand side, that is, to locate our investments. These are the disadvantaged communities, and you can type in zip codes, you can type in addresses to figure out whether or not the community that you are a part of is considered a disadvantaged community, and by what metrics you're considered a disadvantaged community. There are 36 different metrics that account for disadvantage, and so I highly encourage you all to leverage that resource as you're either filling out your applications or trying to understand where DOE is going to be making its investments. Next slide, please. And we can actually skip this slide. And I just wanted very briefly, I only have a couple of minutes left, but there are a few different types of DOE funding. We've mentioned funding opportunity announcements, we mentioned loan guarantees, but there are also grants through the SBIR and STTR programs, and there are also prizes, which have lower dollar amounts, but are significantly more accessible to you. And if we can go to the next slide, the reason that it's important to understand these distinctions is because the application loads are a little bit less for some of them. So as small business owners, your time is precious, of course. So I would encourage you, in addition to looking into procurement opportunities, also look into some of our prizes through the American Made Challenges, which have programmatic areas that I think are very relevant to a lot of the work that you all may be doing. And within our office specifically, I wanted to take a minute to talk about a very specific tax incentive that is being used to incentivize us to develop community energy, our community-owned energy infrastructures in disadvantaged communities across the country. If we could advance the slides, please. No, actually advance the slide again, once more. Holding. So 48E is the Low Income Communities Bonus Credit Program. This program is being administered by our office to ensure that federal investments are being leveraged and multiplied across 4 different areas. So the 48E investment tax credit is a 30% tax credit that is applied to community solar or wind developments in general. This low-income bonus credit program is intended to benefit projects that are less than 5 megawatts that are occurring in low-income community census tracts located on Indian land, located in low-income residential buildings, or are in economic benefit projects, such that this credit is stackable with other grants that you may receive from DOE and can be an up to 50% federal tax credit for your project. So I encourage you to visit this link, find it on our website. The applications are live or will be live very soon, and this is a program that we'll have for the next 10 years. So it has the potential to really make some positive change. And we can advance the slides through to the end, actually. I won't spend too much time on community benefits because our dear friend JPEG highlighted those very beautifully. But community benefits are something that I will note very briefly. All program offices who are administering funding opportunity announcements must use. So not only LPO. And these are incredibly important because they account for 20%, up to 20% of the score for applicants submitting for funding opportunity announcements, which means that any application which hopes to be competitive is going to need to take seriously the criteria that we've set forth in community benefits planning. And so this is really important, and I think it's an important thing to note so that as you're looking for businesses who may have been awarded DOE money that you want to procure from, understand that they have a community benefits plan. So ask them what their plan is, ask them how you can help them fulfill it, how you can be built into their pipeline. And that is my time, everyone. My name is Charles Wallace Thomas IV. Please feel free to reach me at my email here or reach us in the Office of Energy, Justice, and Equity, or generally. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Charles. At this time, we're going to start our panel. I would invite Nicole Morton, Chief Acquisition and Project Management Division Office of Office of Energy, Justice, and Equality at U.S. Department of Energy, to please take the stage. And this is where we're going to transition into, this is a conversation. And we really would love to hear your comments, your thoughts, and make it interactive. Both interactive here and online. So I'm going to be having messages sent to me from folks online who have questions to engage with, and then we'll direct them to the panel. Or, there's a lot of knowledge out here in the audience too. You might have an answer to some of these questions as well. So feel free to jump up, and this is meant to be interactive. There are microphones right up here in stage front. So please jump up to the microphone when you have a question, and we'll just cycle through the folks that way. Or if you're really shy, we'll bring a mic to you, but jump on up. So to start this off though, I want you to look at the person next to you and ask them a question that you would be interested in learning. So what's a question you're interested? Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. What question do you want to learn at the DOE? Get 30 more seconds.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Want me to take it from up here? You good? Okay, no worries, no worries.
All right, now that we're warmed up, Christina, I think you have the first question.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate you. Thanks, Alex. So my question, I'm Christina Hollenbeck, CEO and founder of Justice Capital. We work with Black and Indigenous frontline communities to create scalable community-owned solutions. And so, IRA Justice 40 totally blew everything out the park. We're in a totally new paradigm. Feels like alternate reality, right, from the last couple of years. One of the things that I'm really interested in is how are you all thinking about early stage support? Because like LPO opening up a whole different realm of possibilities in terms of loans for frontline communities to actually own their own solutions, but you can't access those funds if you got federal grants earlier, right? For tribal communities, et cetera. So the barrier that I'm seeing as an investor consistently is that frontline communities, that early pre-development stage dollars is a huge gap. And so folks can't really access, it's like, well, once you get to stage 5, we got you, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, we're at stage 3, how do we get to stage 5? And I think that for a lot of investors, they don't know how to do it either, right? And so we've been organizing a number of investors to be able to do that. But I'm interested, as you all are thinking about the brass tacks, how does, IRA implementation make it through the finish line? I imagine that I'm not the first person to bring this up, obviously, and everybody in this room knows all of these issues all too well. So how are you all thinking about solving for some of those challenges, both within your agency, but also as folks have to engage with FERC, which is totally developer centric, right? So you got community owned opportunities, but still a developer largely centric system. So how are you all thinking about that? And how can we be better partners to you? That's my question. Thanks very much.
If I can start out just real quick again, thank you for the question. So the Department of Energy historically hasn't necessarily had the same, what I call ground game that some of our other federal partners have, right? USDA has several branches across our states and across the country. EPA has different regions. And something that we often have been thinking about in SCEP as we're trying to deploy these funds into communities is really, to your point, what's the absorptive capacity of that community to actually bring down funding? And it often needs that early end kind of bandwidth to navigate the funding, to bring together core partners, to develop a competitive proposal. And that takes time. And the communities that we're trying to fund and actually reach often are the worst off in terms of capacity, right? So we see that gap. We have been trying to think through a strategy for DOE, what I call the DOE ground game, which essentially is trying to figure out what tools do we have that can provide that necessary bandwidth. And so there's a couple of them that I want to mention. One is we've jointly funded with the US EPA something called the Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. This, for those who don't know, is a network of now 17 organizations across the country, 3 of them that are focused 14 of them that are focused at the regional level. And they are brick and mortar locations with subcontractors, sub-organizations that ultimately are there to provide that handheld kind of technical assistance for communities that are trying to figure out, I have this project or I have this challenge, what funding might be out there? Can you help me navigate it, right? So first and foremost, we have some of those centers. That doesn't solve the whole problem though, obviously. Secondly, in some of our funding, we've been able to creatively use some of the technical assistance budget of these grants to think about adding fellows and ambassadors, energy ambassadors in communities. So the EECBG grant, the large one that goes to 2,700, those communities that can get access to formula can apply for a community energy fellow, 18 to 24 months, fully funded by the department, to put somebody in that community to help them think through how to best use those formula dollars, but also how do we braid, how do we stack, how do we start to leverage private capital and other funds. So Community Energy Fellows is one of that. EJE also has a similar inclusive innovations fellows that they tried to also place in various different types of stakeholders, not just communities, but even states and state energy offices and the like. In Alaska, just last week, we launched the Arctic Energy Ambassadors Program, a partnership between SCEP and our Arctic Energy Office here to place an energy ambassador in all 12 of the Alaska Native corporations. This is a test, a pilot to figure out if we place in these key areas of distressed communities, can an individual really help develop a project pipeline and bring down capital? So we're thinking about what that might look like. And lastly, I will say we're talking to AmeriCorps. Right? AmeriCorps has some incredible programs, obviously the Vistas and others, and they have authority for a clean energy service corps. And essentially to place capacity in communities. And what we've just, and is going through final exec sec process here, is DOE will soon enable the ability for you to leverage your DOE grants or other federal grants as match towards your AmeriCorps program, which is a requirement to achieve a VISTA. So we're trying to tinker with different approaches for what the ground game looks like. We're piloting those AmeriCorps in some of our energy communities, and we have a few of them now up and running. And hopefully, as we learn from those lessons, we can start to use more funding to expand that type of approach and support communities with the necessary technical assistance and capacity they need to apply on the front end.
But also capital? Money?
And capital, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and capital.
That's the
Couple it
challenge,
with
right?
couple
That's
it
the
with
challenge,
the
is the
grants.
money, like the technical assistance, y'all put a lot of money down there.
Yes.
And it's amazing. And the gap is people are at stage 1, 2, and they can't get to stage 5 to unlock J, right?
Mhm.
And J's the elephant in the room, right? If they want to own their assets and make that money as reparative funds back to their tribe or their community. So how are you going to bridge the capital gap?
There's different ways to do that. And one of the grants that we have is both a capacity and a capital pathway. So the local government energy program that I mentioned, open to small, rural, remote, tribal communities, that'll come out early next year. And it's targeting, again, do you need capacity? You could go down one pathway to get a person. Do you need an infrastructure capital to actually do a project and then braid with other funds? So we're thinking through both approaches.
And that wouldn't make us ineligible to ever talk to Jay ever.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Jay can't necessarily fund a project with LPO funds that we're providing a grant for. But again, that grant could build the seed that ultimately helps you scale what you did at a pilot stage across your community using potentially LPO funding and other partners.
Gotcha.
Great,
Okay.
thank you. There'll be more time to jump up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Isaac Casados. I'm from Santa Fe, New Mexico. And this kind of parlays directly kind of to some of your key issues. In our conversations with a number of tribal leaders throughout the country, our 574, there seems to be a disconnect between available funding that is available for tribal communities, specifically under IRA and Justice 40. We do know that we do have the DOE tribal policies and policies office. However, IRA did not fund any additional support to that office to carry out any grants or loans to our tribal communities. And I think this is a glaring challenge because NCAI and a number of other entities are saying we're stuck here trying to answer questions for tribal leaders, one being the Vice President-elect Mescalero, and we can't get that information fast enough, knowing that potentially we have a funding deadline of December 31st, 2024 to get billions of dollars out into communities because we can't guarantee that that funding is going to be on the table after this time if something else happens with an election cycle coming up. So what support can your offices provide and what can DOE do to help bridge that gap of information? Because we have a lot of disparity of individuals talking Justice 40, but really no concrete information on what that actually means on the ground in our tribal communities and probably every other community throughout this country. So thank you.
Hi, again, that's a great question. I'm only here to do exercise with you so everybody can stand up at this time for jumping jacks, but just kidding. So to your point, thank you, Charles. Charles gave a little bit of what our office is doing, but I'll go into details just a little bit more. The Office of Energy, Justice, and Equity, we just changed our names like 2 weeks ago. We are actually boots on the ground. And what we're doing is going to the underserved, disadvantaged communities. We went from 37 employees within our office to over 100. So that we can stand behind getting the information out there and going to the individuals who won't otherwise have that opportunity to know where to go for the information to get to the funding. So we're actually going to these communities and telling them where to get the funding and how to get those things. We've been in Port Arthur, Puerto Rico. I'm just naming just a few. We are literally on the ground telling people. So there are some slides that Charles provided. I want you to get that. Ask us anything to know where we are and where we're going next to give you the information to tell you how to apply and ensure that MSIs, underserved community, tribal colleges, tribal universities, and individuals understand that we hear you and there are a part of that $1 billion, that 40% we are trying to get to those communities and we're working hard to do that every day. But we provided 3 different areas within the slides that Charles just mentioned. I want you to go there, ask us anything, and anyone else that's looking for these opportunities that otherwise you will not hear about or get to it and how to get to those dollars in funding. We're telling you, we're coming to you and making sure that you understand that we have a personal mission to ensure that the 40% of those benefits are back into those communities.
And if I could, just to follow that, our tribal program is a high emphasis in the LPO. Our tribal program or applications have gone up like 600% since April. There were about 4 or 5 in April. There's about, I think, 16, 17 now. And so, yeah, that is obviously a focus on, for us. But just to address, I can't think of your name, but there is that gap where, yeah, early stage funding is not really what we do. And so, I would say the floor for the LPO is $100 million. And that's a small loan. And so, there are tribal, communities that are applying and that is an emphasis for us. So if you go on the LPO's website, you'll see all the activity that we're doing with tribal governments and universities. So, and if it's something you want to talk about offline, we can do that too.
And just real quick, 2 grant programs in SCEP for tribes that I want to make sure you're aware of. One is the EECBG block grant that actually has a formula grant going to all of the tribes, all 574 tribes across the country, dedicated for a certain amount of money. Obviously, because of the amount that was given for that program and the amount of tribes and other communities, it's not a huge amount of money, to be frank. So what we are trying to do is minimize the barrier to accept those dollars by moving down different pathways. One's a voucher or an equipment rebate versus actually managing a federal grant, completely different loads in terms of the processing, the administration of those grants. That's one way to really lower the barrier of entry. So that's one pathway. Secondly is the home energy rebates. The 8.8 billion, there's a specific carve out, 225 million for tribes in the electrification rebate program. This is to, switch out hot water heaters and HVAC to heat pumps and the like. That formula will go live Friday, tomorrow, and will be open for the tribes. You'll have a full understanding of how much each tribe will be allocated based on that formula. And it's an opportunity, really for tribes to build the capacity around trying to do these efficiency and electrification projects.
Thank you.
Hopefully that's useful. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Bo Barber II, and I am the Social Action Commissioner Chair for the state of Georgia for the African Methodist Episcopal Church. And we have over 500 churches there in Georgia. And one of the concerns that I have is that we are hearing a lot about nonprofits and small businesses and other entities. But what we're not hearing is a space for the faith community to play a role in a very important conversation when it comes to the trust of America in whether or not we move on a path that will sustain our environment. I think that there is the assumption that the faith space is somehow one-sided, that we don't necessarily, we can't necessarily talk science and faith at the same time. And that's not necessarily true, because I happen to be one of those science geeks, chemist and an engineer and so forth, but I'm still a clergy person. So the point that I'm making is that we are not seeing access. Availability is certainly there. We see all the billions of dollars that are available. It's trickling in by the states. It's coming in through third-party organizations. But when it comes to being able to access those funds directly through the faith space into communities that are underserved, and underserved can mean a lot of things, we're not seeing an avenue for that, nor are we seeing opportunities for the faith space to be funded and trained as to how to reach communities that may not necessarily be accessible by other means. So what I'd like to hear is maybe a plan, because the federal government is this fantastic machine that does very big things, and nobody can do it better than the federal government. But we tend to push down resources into state government. And unfortunately, with no guardrails, then block grants and all kinds of things happen, and the money disappears. We don't know where it is. We don't know how to access it. So if you could just speak a little bit as to how the faith space could be engaged, and maybe even create a space within the Department of Energy for the faith space, where it is specifically geared to engaging in those communities.
So thank you for your question. And I think houses of worship and faith-based communities are essential, to your point, in actually reaching many of the communities of concern that we're trying to impact, because of the trust that has been built around your institutions, right? No doubt about it. I want to be clear that many of the funds that DOE received from Congress came with serious guardrails, right? It's not like we got $100 billion and it was like, all right, DOE, you figure out the best, most impactful way to deploy those dollars. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And it often comes with a lot of restriction on who the eligible entity is, where the money is flowing. And so some of the times we're controlling that. I will say there is a nonprofits grant in the bipartisan infrastructure law that's in SCEP. It's 50 million. It was one time. And we just announced 9 prime winners, but the model is nonprofits helping nonprofits. Okay, so the idea here is that the 9 will then develop a portfolio of other nonprofit facilities that they can aggregate to achieve an economies of scale that allows them to really do impactful work, right? Congress, as an example, set a limit on the amount a nonprofit can get from that grant, and it's only $200,000 per facility. Now, you can imagine that's not a huge amount of money to do a big retrofit in any type of house of worship. So the idea is, how do we use that seed to leverage additional private capital and other funds to really scale it? In Georgia, I'm familiar with the Gemini Power effort that's going around with 100 Black churches and trying to retrofit them.
We're a part
I
of
think-
that,
I think
yes.
it's an unbelievable initiative, and I'm hopeful that that model can actually be something we can learn from and scale. But hear you loud and clear about the importance of trying to identify other ways that we can work with our faith-based institutions, and happy to follow up. And maybe there's a webinar with a network of them that we can all educate them about ways to, to play a role.
Yeah, and I think it's a great question, but I want to say to you, be creative in partnering with the universities, those minority institutions, so that those community benefits plan. I do site visits all the time to several universities. And I do believe you have to have an internal compass for this thing, and the importance of hearing you loud and clear and what you're trying to do within the community, and making sure those dollars are reaching the faith-based communities. But when we look at things holistically, you have students within all of our communities and these minority serving institutions areas, or these underserved and disadvantaged communities. I do believe personally that the churches could play a huge role in getting the information out to these individuals. I visited Elizabeth State University. That's just one of the several universities that we visited to see a site visit, how they're doing. And we're hearing that students, first generation, don't even have an opportunity to go to college. Parents don't understand what STEM is when we talk about different things. So partnering with those institutions, helping get that information out there, looking to see where those grants have landed within your communities in Georgia, and going to them and saying, how can I partner with you as it relates to your community benefits program? I think it may be an easy way or a shoe-in to start the conversation. And like my colleague have said, we're definitely going to take it back and see other avenues and alternatives we can put in place based on your question today. So thank you.
And I greatly appreciate those answers for sure. But the paradox is that as we want to engage communities, the resources necessary to educate are not there. And it's not just about hardware and software, okay? It is also about education. And so if we want to encourage environments to buy into the idea of a new America or a new world, and looking at the way that we address energy in these spaces, there needs to be an investment in the spaces so that we can be able to help change the minds and the hearts of individuals that may be opposed for whatever reason. And I appreciate what you're saying, but before we can even get to the equity piece, before we can even get to the empowerment piece, we have to deal with the education piece. And the faith community, we just simply do not have the resources to do that. The separation of church and state really doesn't apply here. This is an initiative on the part of citizens that happen to be a part of the faith space, who say, let us partner with you and we can succeed together.
And I think that's the key part, is the partnership. So let's continue that conversation, because you've made up really wonderful points. We have a question from online from Bruce Walker. If we can patch him through, if you're available. All right, Bruce, we'll give you one more question around after our next question in person.
I'll try to make it quick. My name is Rosalinda Villar. I'm a city council member for a small city in Central California. I'm one of the purple dots on that map, the really small one in the central. So I'm a small city with just under 50,000 with real limited resources. We're obviously a Justice 40, which apparently I've never heard of, nor is anyone apparently in my city. So just trying to figure out where the next step is. How do we even get started on some of these when it comes to trying to get our infrastructure, the heat island effect, which I know Biden discussed, but I haven't heard anything about today, because we're in the usually well close to 100 from April to the end of October. So right now we're still close to 90 degrees when I left. So what can we do? Where do we get started, especially with cities with limited income or infrastructure, such as cities with under $50,000 that are into the Justice 40 with a very limited budget and general fund?
Please contact me. On our website, energy.gov/SCEP, there's a way to request on our contact page, request a meeting with us. And it's specifically for local governments, states and tribal governments to be able to sit down with some of our team to think through the SCEP. Yeah, so energy.gov/SCEP. That'll take you to our website. You find the contact page and you'll see a link, a web form for you to fill out to request a meeting. We have a number of tools in SCEP that we've developed with our national labs that help you understand your current state energy mix, what the future state might look like. It helps you look at energy affordability across your community to understand the hotspots of energy burdens. Of course, the EJ map that we have and CGIS maps are other tools, but we do a lot of the energy planning support on the early end so that you all can be better competitive as you go after funding. And that's something that SCEP can definitely help you out with. So please contact us. We're happy to set up a meeting. Thank you.
Be happy to know that minority business for minority serving institutions and minority business with Charles that they spoke to, we did a huge MBE here in Washington, DC, and you'll be interested to know we might be coming to a city near you. So I would encourage you to use that link and ask us anything to see where we're going next so we can give you those firsthand information based on your question. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tracy Google, and I am an entrepreneur. I have a company called Infinite Hydrogen. We are here to help uplift truly clean hydrogen, and we have a unique process that we're utilizing to do that. Anyways, thank you so much for your time. Alex, thank you. This is such a wonderful collaboration with everybody. I think it's really important, especially with what we are all facing. And we're all working hard and we all want to get there. But the question that I wanted to ask the Department of Energy, and I certainly appreciate that there is one that does exist, and I really love what Secretary Granholm is doing and President Biden. I have to give them huge applause for really, truly standing up for all of us. Thank you. I am eternally grateful. My question is, I go to the Department of Energy website. I've tried to get information and looked at the SBIR, STTR sites and everything. And it just seems like there's so many different filters in place, or it's like roadblocks as an entrepreneur trying to find the information. And you did allude to earlier that there are strategies that you're putting together, ways to streamline the process, which was quoted earlier. My question would be, what are some of your strategies that you're applying to do that, to streamline it? Because coming from a perspective from an entrepreneur, it would be really amazing if you could make it a little simpler for us, especially when it's pertaining to our national security and protecting America and to moving forward on a clean hydrogen highway and pathway. We need to make it simple. And how are you prepared to do that? And how can you help me? Thank you.
Quick question. Do you don't have any federal government contracts currently?
Currently, no.
Okay.
Although I would love to submit an application today.
Okay. Yeah. My next question for you is, are you registered in SAM?
Pardon me?
Are you registered in sam.gov?
I believe I am.
Okay.
I have an EIN.
Okay. Yeah.
So I believe yes. Happily.
Yeah. So the Department of Energy, the OSDBU page can definitely, we have a lot of resources on there for you to use. You can reach out to us. So you might want to take this down. It's small.business@energy.gov, at hq.energy.gov. And
Wait, I just had to open up my notebook. Do you mind? For everyone else
Sure,
here, open up your notebook and write down these notes.
Sure. It's
Okay.
And this is for everyone too.
Yeah.
It's small.business@hq.doe.gov.
DOE.gov. Okay.
You are able to, so the entire OSDBU office, including myself, has access to this email box. You're able to submit questions.
You're able to submit questions.
Submit questions, your capability statements, and any type of direction that we can assist you in. You can send us a question there, and we'll be able to. So if our office can't answer it, we can direct you to someone that can answer your question.
Okay, thank you. My next question, will we see another hydrogen hub in the upstate New York area? Because as far as I understand, there is a fuel cell company and another transportation company that is really helping to map out an area close to Rochester, New York.
I don't have.
I
Is
don't
there
believe so.
plans for
Yeah.
any other hydrogen hubs?
I don't believe so. I think the 9 hubs that have
Tapped
been-
out at 7? Okay, that's good to know.
That's my understanding.
Thank you
at
so
this
very
point.
much. And once again, thanks to everybody in this room and anything that anyone is doing. Our planet loves you.
Oh, thank you.
I got to give a
Thank
plug, by the
you.
way, to the OSDBU website on DOE because they have a chat bot,
Yes.
an AI chat bot that actually I really like, and it helps you navigate some of the basic questions that you might have and even more detailed questions. So check that
Yeah,
out.
and that's fairly new. So definitely take use of that.
Yeah, and so Blake asked a very good question. Are you registered in sam.gov? I speak loudly on that. You can't even begin to start doing the business with any federal entity without being registered there. And since I'm here, I'm glad you didn't submit your application because I am a contracting officer. We can't do that. But I'll tell you just a quick tidbit. If you're looking to do business with the government and you find anything on FedBizUp or on any of the websites that you're looking and you're interested in, I can't double down on it enough, the importance of following the instructions and the guidelines. It's really a helpful hint. You say, Nicole, why do you say that? Because I look at several proposals that are thrown out because they don't follow instructions and compliance checks. So while I have the mic, double down on that. Make sure you have checks and balances. Make sure you have someone to review. Even if you think you're a SME, it is okay. And we don't want you to misspell your name, your company's name. It's happened several times. And so if you want a federal entity, not just the Department of Energy, but any federal entity to take it serious based on you delivering to the federal government, we need to make sure that we check those compliances, follow instructions, and make sure you have those review and approvals in place.
Yeah, and also additionally, sam.gov, now we kind of streamlined FedBizOps into sam.gov. So now it's much more easier for you to find opportunities on there. And again, Department of Energy is 089 for our DOE procurement opportunities specifically, but you'll find all federal agency opportunities on there.
Last point on this, I will say, we're going through a website redesign here at DOE. And part of the update, which will come in early 2024, in the spring, is to create essentially a hub, a resource hub for local government, for communities, as well as for companies to help navigate the funding and some of the TA throughout the department. We already have a hub for consumers. If you're interested in learning more about how to navigate the tax credits for yourself or the rebates that are out there, energy.gov/save is that one-stop shop website, and you have different personas for a driver, for a renter, and for a homeowner on what resources are available. We're going to do something very similar for communities and for companies, and that's in the process. And hopefully that will help to streamline how to navigate DOE's website.
So this has been an unbelievably wonderful discussion. Unfortunately, we've actually run a little bit late. However, please don't go away yet. Just to let you know. Okay, so please, Megan, can you raise your hand? If you have a question that we did not get to particularly, please go to Megan and have her take down the question, and we will ask the question on your behalf after the thing. So Emily, I know you're teed up online, and thank you for being so patient, but we do need to move on to our next panel with the Department of EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. So let's give a huge round of applause to our panelists here. Instead of a mic drop, we have a chair drop, which was awesome. So with that, I'd like to introduce Peter Hansel, the Special Advisor for Implementation at the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Please welcome Peter.
Hello, everyone. As he mentioned, I'm Peter Hansel. I am a Special Advisor for Implementation at the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. That's a mouthful, in the Office of Air. And I am working on just a piece of what EPA is working on to implement the Inflation Reduction Act. The piece that I'm going to be talking about today is the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program. So I'm excited to be talking about this program. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program is a $5 billion program established under the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. And it provides funds to states, municipalities, tribes, and territories, and groups thereof to develop plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And it provides funds to implement measures included in those plans. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program is the largest program of its kind, and it directs this $5 billion to confronting the climate crisis that threatens the health and well-being of everyone. The CPRG is designed to support local ideas and action to reduce greenhouse gases and other harmful air pollution. And it has a special focus on addressing environmental inequities that have persisted in this country for too long. The first phase of this program, EPA awarded $250 million in planning grants to 46 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and 79 of the largest metropolitan statistical areas, as well as 4 territories and 90 tribes and tribal consortia. Again, this is to develop climate action plans. These plans are designed to allow states and governments to develop these plans that are best tailored to the unique circumstances and their economies. It encourages these grantees to coordinate and collaborate with other entities in their state, including within the government, so agency to agency, as well as with other municipalities across the state or across a metropolitan statistical area. The planning grants also promote meaningful engagement, specifically with disadvantaged communities who have been historically left behind, in keeping with EPA's commitment to environmental justice and the Justice 40 initiative. We could go to the next slide. So here's a map that shows all of the entities that have received planning grants. And this work is already underway. So if you haven't heard about it, make sure that you should make sure that your priorities and ideas are reflected in these plans that are being developed. So please be sure to follow up with your state, the state agency that's responsible for putting together these plans, or the local government responsible for developing the plans. And the work is really moving fast. The first deliverable for the grantees is a priority climate action plan, which is due in March of next year, so March of 2024. Following on that, grantees will be required to complete a comprehensive climate action plan a year after that, by 2025, which will be a more thorough plan that is intended to cover all of the major emitting sectors within the jurisdiction of the state or local government or tribe or territory. Now, the government entities also have an opportunity to compete for funding to put these plans into action. So if we go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the second piece of this program that I'm really excited about. So on September 20th, EPA announced the second and larger phase of this program, the $4.6 billion in competitive grants available to all of these entities, states, municipalities, tribes, and territories, to implement the ambitious measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, spur economic opportunities, and increase our energy security. These entities can apply for this competition from grants ranging from $2 million all the way up to $500 million, as you can see on this slide. And they must be for implementing measures included in the climate action plans developed with the CPRG funds. If you can go back to the last slide, please. The application deadline for this is April 1st, 2024. And what I didn't include here is that there's a separate competition for tribes and territories for $300 million. That deadline is May 1st of next year. However, tribes and territories can also compete in this general competition that is laid out on this slide. So I wanted to go back to a key point that I just made. There is this linkage between the climate action plans that are being developed and the measures that we would fund through the CPRG. So the measures eligible for funding under the implementation grants must be tied to a measure that's included in an applicable climate action plan. In total, EPA anticipates awarding approximately 30 to 115 grants of varying sizes within this range of $200 to $500 million. So the competition is designed to support the best ideas across the country to accelerate deployment of climate solutions. Specifically, EPA has designed this CPRG implementation grants competition to meet the overarching objectives on this slide, which are achieving significant cumulative greenhouse gas reductions by 2030, providing substantial benefits to communities, including low-income and disadvantaged communities, complementing other funding sources from the Inflation Reduction Act and elsewhere to really maximize these greenhouse gas reduction benefits, and pursuing innovative policies and programs that can scale, opening opportunities for even greater emissions reductions. So the CPRG program was designed intentionally to be broad. At its core, it's about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, so confronting climate change requires progress across all sectors of the economy. So that includes changing how we produce electricity and transport people and manufacture goods, how we use energy in our homes and businesses, how we produce food, and how we manage waste. Potential grantees may focus on any of these main sectors that emit greenhouse gas emissions or remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, reflecting the differences in the economies, expertise, and priorities of the states, cities, tribes, and territories. So that's really what makes this climate pollution reduction grants program unique. Compared to some of the other programs in the Inflation Reduction Act, CPRG allows applicants to seek funding for a wide range of measures as long as they are reducing greenhouse gas emissions or removing them from the atmosphere. Again, can be from any major sector that emits emissions as long as it's the goal of the grant is to reduce emissions. We're also looking for projects and policies that are transformative, ideas that can bring new and improved ways to deploy solutions that are replicable and scalable in other areas. Go to the last slide. So you all in the states, local governments, tribes, and territories, you're really on the front lines of protecting human health, driving clean energy, and spurring economic growth. We really, with the CPRG program, want to lift up the best and brightest ideas from your states as we invest in America and make a down payment on accelerating decarbonization. To protect the planet, we have to all work together across all levels of government. So that requires a sense of urgency and collaboration. And the CPRG grants will help us make a significant step in that direction and will allow state and local governments to work together to implement these ambitious measures to achieve significant greenhouse gas reductions. So I encourage you to check out the CPRG program resources online. There's a link here. The image, the beautiful image of a seaside did not come through. But please check out the CPRG at EPA and follow up. Please follow up with other planning grantees across your state to learn how to apply. And I look forward to discussing this on our panel. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we'll have Jerome Green is the Deputy Director of the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization at the U.S. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Please welcome Jerome.
Well, it's great to be here. I thought when I came over here today that I was going to be around a lot of people I didn't know. As a vet out of Fort Campbell, retired Army, I actually ran into quite a few people here. So I'm honored to be here. I've heard a lot of really good comments from some of my colleagues. And before I even get started with my presentation, you know, it's important that you have those conversations. They may be awkward, but it's important that all of you in business have those conversations with your counterparts. Um, any large businesses here? If you are, raise your hand. Any large businesses? Okay, always like to know who's in the room. If you definitely have opportunities to engage with primes that are large businesses, definitely want to ensure that you do that. Give you an opportunity to start working on joint ventures and things of that nature, because a lot of the acquisitions that we're having are starting to become more enterprise and more specialized. And so it helps when you're dealing with larger dollar contracts to kind of diminish that risk averse scenario that contracting officers like me once had. And once I drank the Kool-Aid, it was no longer something I thought I believed in anymore. Next slide, please. So EPA has a really unique mission. We provide a lot of earth, land, and sea, proactive and reactive acquisitional help, climate endeavors, and things of that nature to enhance global climate situations. And based on the reactive and sometimes proactive nature of our acquisitions, it's really important that we have outreach engagements like this. Next slide, please. Yeah, our mission statement is advancing business, but all of us in this room are familiar with 13985, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're going to talk about that later in my presentation, but it's really important that we understand the space that we're all in. This administration is putting forth a lot of initiatives that are unparalleled. This is a really unique time in American culture and history. And so to navigate that space, to narrate that scope, you all need to be very proactive in how you engage one another. I hope you're networking, exchanging information collegially, collaboratively. This is a great opportunity to get to know one another, because you may not be competing against one another one day, but you may be able to collegially join one another one day and actually joint venture or mentor protege on a particular acquisition. Next slide, please. Next slide. So EPA OSDBU, we are dually challenged in that we not only represent the small business community and advocate in regards to opportunities in all our acquisitions for our socioeconomic small businesses and our small businesses. We also have the ombudsman assigned to our office. And so we have a dual-sided sword. We are constantly advocating for small businesses and advocating on diversity, equity, and inclusion and racial justice as well at EPA. It's a challenging mission. We have some very dedicated folks, and we like to think we do the very best at it that we possibly can. Next slide, please. And so the top priorities, I took the liberty of just kind of bringing in some of our NAICS codes. There is, at the end of the slide, a URL. So those of you, I see a lot of you taking pictures. You can just copy the URL. I also have a placard over there with the URL. And if the slide presentations are not available, please, when you copy the URL, you can reach out to my staff or I will make sure we give you copies of the presentation, because we also want you to register on our database. It's very important that we know who you are, because when we do our acquisition market research, we want to make sure we do all that we can to eliminate paths for small businesses. And sometimes that means we got to get in there and roll our sleeves and help the contracting offices find small businesses. Thank you. Next slide, please. We have a very challenging goal. I came from GSA's Ostebo, and I thought we had really high goals. And then I went to EPA, and I thought, wow, this is really the Olympics. And so, as you can see, our prime goal last year for small business was 44.7%. We actually made that goal, and we were very happy to do that. But we can't live on our laurels. We know that, in FY 2024, which is where we're at right now today, the challenges are still there. And so to meet those challenges, we got to be ready. And this is why we're here. We're getting ready. We're getting prepared to do that. And so you can go to the next slide. That's fine. And so if you look at the accomplishments of where we've been over the last 5 years, we've been successful. We've been successful in meeting our small business goals. I candidly think we need to do a lot more on our socioeconomic goals. And I think that's also something that we all need to take an inherent responsibility in achieving, because we can't do it without all of you making sure that we know you're there, that you're responding to RFIs, RFQs, sources sought. When you have questions, I heard a colleague mention, make sure you do that minutia-oriented detailing when you provide a solicitation offer. Well, even before that, if you have questions before you even submit it, make sure you ask the contracting officer. Make sure you reach out to them so that when you submit your proposal, it's complete, comprehensive, so that you're not considered technically not competent. Next slide, please. These are our top 5 NAICS codes at EPA. We definitely have a lot more, but these are the ones that draw the most and highest dollars. And so I want to identify those now because they clearly drive the train at EPA. Next slide, please. And so some of the vehicles that we use, of course, NASA SOUP, STARS 3, open and direct procurements, best-in-class solutions. All of you, I heard the comment earlier today, being registered in SAM, that is definitely important. Being registered in third-party certification groups, if you're service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses, or if you're women-owned small businesses, is also equally important because that's a dubious distinction. We all struggle with meeting our women-owned and SDVO-SB goals. And so that distinction and that classification is there for you. And you need to make sure that you at least adhere to that and respond to the solicitations that are looking for that socioeconomic group when you see that go out. Next slide, please. Took the liberty of providing some of the 2024 forecasts of opportunities that we already know at EPA are going to go to socioeconomic or small businesses. And so on that list is a multitude of different things, from professional services to construction. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities for 8As. You're going to have a lot of opportunities for hub zones, SDVO, SBs, and definitely small business opportunity as well, along with women-owned small businesses or economically disadvantaged. Next slide, please. And again, these slides will be available for all of you at the end of this presentation, so you don't have to worry about taking pictures right now. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we have quite a few. And, there are a lot of vehicles that are coming out. Thank you. There are a lot of vehicles that are coming out that we also want to make sure that all of you pay attention to, not just at our agency, but other agencies. And when we are looking for solutions and we're doing 4 Part 8 federal service schedules, we want people to be on those schedules, whether it's NASA SOUP, whether it's, a GSA vehicle. And if you have questions, reach out to me or my staff, and we'll definitely help walk you through that. That's what we're here for. And so I want to make sure we get the same conversation going that we have the contracting offices. And that is, we're always part of the team. So bring us in, always consider us as part of the family, inclusionary and never exclusionary. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is our contact information and the URL. That's really the only thing that you need. That'll take you to our website, our database. You can get our forecasting of opportunities. I suggest all of you make sure you do that. It's definitely something that you definitely want to do to keep yourself in a in an opportunity to control the space you're in, because sometimes acquisitions come out with an agile halt or an agile milestone, meaning they got to be done right now. And contracting officers will tell me all the time, I just couldn't send it out for very long. I couldn't promulgate it or publish it or put it on the streets for a long period. No, a long period of time might be 2 weeks. They're talking 3 days. And so the only way you can get ahead of that is to, one, look at contracts on sound.gov, learn how to do ad hoc reports so you know when contracts are due for modifications and new contracts are about to come out, and stay ahead of that curve. So even if the contract officers don't put them out, you know they're out and you're already prepared for them. So with that being said, I just want to thank you all. Great opportunity to join you today. Thanks a lot.
Great. We have a few minutes to take some questions to these fine gentlemen. And I do have a question from online, from Emily. It says, it's exciting to hear about the funding for clean energy and weatherization and other programs that are available and will continue to flow. But federal programs often have many requirements that small organizations may not meet. For example, insurance requirements, technological capacity, etc. Are there other funds to assist and build capacity of smaller organizations to be able to meet those requirements?
So I guess I'll start by taking a step back and noting that the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program is really geared towards state and local governments, tribes and territories to be able to apply to implement greenhouse gas reduction measures. They can sub-award or partner with other organizations, businesses, nonprofits in implementing those. But the main organizations or entities that are able to apply for CPRG are those government entities to start with. So I guess I'll just leave it there for now. Yeah.
Great. Next question, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ned with the Green Building Group. My question is either of you to elaborate if you have some thoughts about the recent decision from the Supreme Court over the summer deciding to do away with the use of affirmative action in college admission cases, and it has profound, implications throughout how government does contracting, specifically with minorities and Black-owned businesses, other minority-owned businesses. 8As have either EPA or energy develop any kind of policy to address the ruling that came down this past summer?
So that's a really great question. I think the best way to answer that question is by having that conversation, by staying involved with our legal entities and making sure that we address all of the relative issues that are going to keep a particular socioeconomic class protected. Are they certified? Are they capable of performing the work? Are there fair and reasonable presumptions that they will have pricing according to what the cost estimates will indicate? In the space that question was framed, it's difficult to answer because it's outside the space that a contracting officer or an acquisition or a person in my office is going to push, because the regulatory guidance that we have is going to address the parameters that we're looking at. If it's a hub zone, if it's an HBCU, we're still going to reach out to them. We're still going to do business with them. We're still going to treat them as a socioeconomic class, and that has not changed. How that is determined is outside of our scope. So I think in the space that we have, we're still continuing to do business. That has not changed. But in the space that you asked that question, we have not, I can say my office has not entertained that, in the sense that it hasn't changed the socioeconomic regulatory way that we determine a hub zone or a HBCU. We are not dealing with that. We're dealing with the aspect of. whether
Well,
or
I guess
not-
my question isn't so much, I mean, I know that your department is not responsible for determining what is hub zone, what is not a hub zone, but the question is, has the department developed any policies to deal with the set aside contracts, preferential pricing, all sorts of benefits that the government as a whole has provided to the socioeconomic businesses? And sounds like you don't have a policy or direction at the moment.
So we have direction. The direction is still the same. That's still going to be the FAR. That's still going to be every government entity has a guidance regulatory restraint that tells them what they're looking for. If it's pricing, yes. If it's a fair and reasonable determination, if they're able to meet all the requirements and metrics of the statement of work and all the salient characteristics that provide, yes, those are the standards that we're looking for. That's the space that we stay in. Outside that space, no, I don't have any opportunity to answer that question to the level that you're asking it. Thank you for the question.
So we have one more question.
Sure, I'll keep it quick. Matt Posner. On the climate pollution reduction grants, on one of your slides, it mentioned to be sort of complementing other funding sources. Kind of curious if you could elaborate a little bit. What other funding sources would those be? And have you considered municipal bonds at all in those complementary funding sources?
Sure. So yes, so I will preface this by saying that I'll be careful about how I respond to this because this is an open, competitive notice of funding opportunity. So everything that I'm saying is going to be, just included in that notice of funding opportunity, but we can't be kind of providing advice for what looks like a good application versus not, since it's an open competition. So I encourage you to look, read into the NOFO and look at the information that's available on the EPA website. But as it relates to, what were we talking about there? I guess I will say there's a lot of additional funding out there. And what we want to know is whether the entities that are applying for CPRG have looked at other funding sources, whether they are actively applying for other funding sources, and report that in their application. We are not requiring any sort of matching requirement or anything like that to apply for CPRG. But what we want is to design CPRG in a way that it's filling in the gaps and providing opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas reductions that would not have otherwise occurred.
I'll follow up.
Great. Thank you so much. And let's give a good round of applause to our panelists here. So, thank you for taking your time and making your way here. I'd love to introduce Christian Brock, who's the CEO of Elected Officials to Protect America, who will be putting you guys on the next break. So please, let's give him a round of applause because he has put most of this together behind the scenes. So thank you, thank you.
So yes, Christian Brock, CEO for Elected Officials Protect America. I'm also a 20-year veteran of the Air Force and excited to be here with you guys this evening. I am not going to take up much more time because I have another part coming up later. But I will say, although it has been quite a while since I was in school, I do recognize or remember that at some point, the volume of information teacher was presenting, my mind and started to glass over in my eyes because of lost interest. And I'm sensing that in this room, so I'm going to say, let's take a break.
Great. Well, I'm really, really happy to introduce Carl Baca. He's the co-founder of One Earth. And One Earth is a nonprofit organization working to accelerate collective action to solve the climate crisis through groundbreaking science, inspiring media, and innovative approaches to climate philanthropy. And that's a lot of words to say that they've really brought together some of the best science to figure out how we solve the climate crisis in the most efficient and equitable manner. So, Carl, please.
Thank you, everyone. I have the difficult post-donut slot, so I hope you're. Oh yeah, can I open this? There we go. on a second. So this is the really section of the program, and I was pleased that there's some fellow nerds in the audience. So bear with me. I'm going to try to make it as entertaining as possible. But we do have some climate science to get through really quickly. So next slide. I'm going to go through a bunch of slides, but we'll eventually make these available. So I'm going to provide some sort of meta context. We, as many of you know, we've been fast approaching 1.2 degrees Celsius in global temperature rise. And already as a result of that, we've seen extreme impacts from raging fires in California to severe floods in Arkansas. Next slide. And we know now that 1.5 degrees Celsius really is the maximum limit that we can tolerate for sustained temperature rise, at which point we could hit some serious and dangerous tipping points like aridification, which could mean the collapse of arable land in regions around the world and in the US as well. Next. So our existential question at One Earth has been, can we still avert the climate crisis and achieve this very ambitious 1.5C goal? Next. So since 2019, we have supported and developed over 40 research initiatives with leading institutions across an array of different disciplines to answer or try and answer this question. And this has resulted in many scientific studies that were published, but most notably the One Earth climate model. And volume 1 of that was published by Springer Nature in 2019, and volume 2 in 2022. So next. This was put out in the book, Achieving the Paris Climate Agreement Goals. It's not a page turner. It's 500 pages of very, very dense text. But I can tell you the top level answer from the book is that yes, actually, contrary to what you've been seeing in the newspapers and a popular opinion, it is still possible to achieve this goal of 1.5C. And that's with current technologies and nature-based solutions combined. So next. Oh, wow, nice. Yeah. Normal person's podium here. So this here is the One Earth climate model, the very latest update, which is in peer review right now. And in this version, we've included the very new carbon budget, which was actually just released a couple weeks ago. So this is hot off the presses. It shows a 2025 peak in emissions. So it's one of the first models to do that. And we looked at basically how fast can you decarbonize energy, which is that giant black mountain on the left there. And then at the same time, how quickly can you ramp up natural climate solutions, which are those colored bars on the bottom. And both of those are needed to achieve 1.5C. And the gray line that kind of swoops over there is the cumulative emissions. And this new model goes above the 1.5C line temporarily, but then quickly comes back down to 1.4 degrees Celsius at the end of the century. So that's a lot. Next slide. So mouthful. So we boiled it down to something easier to remember, and that is 3 pillars of action to solve climate change. That's a shift to 100% renewable energy by mid-century, a large conservation and restoration effort of land, and then a shift to a regenerative and sustainable agriculture. Next. So we wanted to make this more actionable. It's very heavy science. And so the models were broken down into what we're calling One Earth Climate Solutions Framework. So all of those little color boxes you see there represent 76 distinct solutions pathways. And these are pathways that companies and governments can apply. And that's divided across those 3 pillars. So next. I'm going to just give a couple highlights really quickly. First, we'll tackle, of course, the thing we've been talking about most today, which is the energy transition. And to create the energy model in the One Earth model, an advanced computer simulation was built. And this was building off the 10 global regions, which were then virtually loaded with supply and demand in 1-hour increments, believe it or not. And that's through 2050. And the scientists ran the model exclusively with renewables because it turned out to be the sort of the cheapest way to get to the solution. Next. Since the first model, renewables have just keep getting cheaper and cheaper. And I think many of you might have seen the new report from IRENA just out that shows that despite all the inflation we've been experiencing globally, the levelized cost of all renewable power sources is now at or below the lowest range for fossil fuels. So you can see that at the very bottom, you got like 6 cents, 4 cents, 3 cents a kilowatt hour versus about 16 cents for the median fossil fuel kilowatt. And the coolest outcome from this report is that since the investments from 2010 have resulted in a savings on last year's electric bill by $520 billion. So this is just going to keep paying us back. Next slide. Fortunately, in the US, these low costs are combining with this huge wave of investment from the Inflation Reduction Act. And this combination is just an absolute game changer. Some of you may have been at the recent Western Governors Association meeting, and there Secretary Deb Haaland ran down a big list of new energy projects on federal lands. Next. So between newly completed projects and those in the pipeline, we'll be adding a whopping 45 gigawatts, which is, I can't even believe I'm saying it, of clean power delivery in just the next few years. And next. So that is super exciting and we should celebrate it. But I did want to put it into context that this chart here is offshore wind capacity is an example which shows how much faster China is moving than everybody else. So that's a giant bar. They quadruple their offshore wind in just 1 year. So, the country that has energy independence with virtually free input energy is going to have a strategic advantage. So we have some catching up to do. Next. Next slide. I'm not going to go into this. So this is the optimized energy transition scenario. And there's a lot to go in there, but one of the highlights, it shows us this is the optimal mix that was used to get to 100% renewable the quickest and the most efficiently. But there were some surprising results actually, and one of them I did want to point out, maybe a little controversial, but the model was not able to deliver 100% renewable through all electric. So that's something people are promoting. But when we looked at critical minerals, and that includes copper, by the way, which was a surprising limit, you can only get to about 70% of total energy demand met through renewable power. So the rest has to come through other energy carriers like direct heating. So that's geothermal, solar heating, and sustainable fuels like biofuels and hydrogen. Next. So this is, I'm going to skip these, but these are, you can get all these later. This is the breakdown of the 24 unique energy solutions. Those are divided across power, heat, transport, and efficiency. And next slide. It goes without saying, each region is going to have its own custom blend of those 23 solutions. To get that optimal mix. And finally, next. On energy, skip that one. So in the future, we're really envisioning getting even more sub-regional, so we can start to build off of the main interconnections of the U.S. to get down to the state and local level. So what are those, based on science, what are those optimal transitions for cities and counties? Next. There's a lot of work to do. Next slide. I did want to just say, next. I did just want to say that, Next. Transportation slide. This is Philly, where I'm from, by the way. There's a lot city and county folks can do. There's a new paper that just came out studying 120 cities, and they found that just through 4 no-cost policies, cities could reduce transport emissions by 25% within 15 years. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. Next, okay, I'm going to race through these final slides. But one of the main things I want to say is that when we're thinking about the energy transitions, we also have to be thinking about the nature transition. And we really need to be thinking about optimizing both. So these are the 24 distinct nature solutions. Skip that one, the next. So we have, a lot that we can do to rebalance the climate through conservation and restoration. We just supported a paper that came out recently. It was really promoting saving the last great mature and old growth forests in the U.S., not just for recreation, but also for fire resistant carbon storage. And this map found that there's about 8% of the lower 48 area is in this ancient mature old forest, which we have to preserve. And next, there's a really big potential with carbon removal through nature-based solutions. So this is in our model now, and it's the first, as far as I know, the comprehensive look at 10 different nature removal pathways. And when you add up these pathways, we get to 440 billion tons of carbon dioxide removal through 2100, which is what we need globally. Next. There's a new paper out that shows in North America, you see all that brown, that's actually a lot larger potential. The US has 45, according to this paper, 45 billion tons of removal potential. Next. And coastal communities, there's some removal potential from restoration of mangroves and seagrass in some communities, and that also adds to resilience, coastal resilience of communities. Last, I want to just want to end with agriculture. Our current food system is incredibly efficient, and there's a huge role for agriculture to play in climate mitigation. You may have seen the new paper that we're wasting globally $12 trillion on a broken system. Next, but we can fix this. And One Earth is mapping the 29 agricultural solutions, which you just saw there. We'll share later. There is the key idea here is we got to take carbon dioxide out of the air and actually make it useful. And we can do that by putting it in soil where it actually helps agriculture. So yeah. And then there are a series of numbers I'm going to end with, which are some technical removal potentials. One of the big ones is getting trees back onto farms, which is actually a fairly low cost solution. And globally, we find about 33 billion tons of carbon removal from agroforestry. And given that US is 40% ag lands, we have a really big role we can play here. Next. And here's a couple more cool R&D things we've supported. On the left is compost application of municipal waste, which is a really interesting solution here. This is in Northern California. And on the right is an example of biochar in Kenya. It's hard to get the exact technical potential of these, but in our model, we were able to include 22 billion tons of removal through mid-century. And last, and in silvopasture is planting trees on grazing lands. And there's actually some really cool research now on large herbivores can actually help with carbon removal. So I just want to end really fast with how can we start to get, last slide there. There's some cool, for cities and counties, there's some really cool open source tools coming online that will give governments the ability to track progress towards decarbonization. And this one is called City Catalyst. It's from a nonprofit called Open Earth. That's coming out next year and looking for beta testers. So if anyone's interested, let me know. I think with that, I'll hand it over.
Amazing, thank you. So if you've noticed, we've shifted from more of a discussion point of, hey, here's all the benefits from the IRA, the resources out there, and now we're looking at what are the innovative ways to be able to implement the IRA. So it may not be just solar and heat pumps. There are so many different ideas, and what ways can we prioritize it in an equitable manner? So I'd love to bring up Brian Wisk is CEO of ARC Public Benefit Corporation. ARC's mission is to encourage transformational technology adoption where the power of nature fuels the progress of society towards a net zero future. Brian?
So first, I just want to thank Alex and EOPA for having us. It's been a great event, so thank you. I am the founder of ARC Public Benefit Corporation. We're focused more on the capital side and how capital can be deployed to focus on the regional deployment of renewable energy. We could go to the next slide. So what was difficult for me to understand when I first got into this space is electricity and power is the only commodity in the world that has to be consumed immediately when it's produced. So this is the grid we have today, mostly built in the 1950s. Most of the generation plants, the fossil fuel generation plants, were built mid-century.
And it produces power in a controllable way and gets it to the load on the other side of that graph. That's one directional power. And the problem with the sun and the wind is it can't be controlled. And once you plug a solar farm or a wind farm into that system, you have to make sure that it can be consumed at the time that it's produced. How many in this room have heard of the duck curve? So a few people. So essentially in California today, which has been ahead of the curve in the United States, in the spring of this year, because most of the solar is produced in the middle of the day, there was actually a zero net load in California. By the time people get home from work and you have EVs and people turning on air conditioning and whatever they do in the evening, that jumps up to a demand of 30 gigawatts. So in just a 3-hour period, the interconnect system in the state of California is experiencing these rapid ramps of over 10 gigawatts. So we could go to the next slide. Obviously, getting to a solution where we're just financing renewables and doing energy transition, we're going to end up with a lot of power we can't use because it's produced during the day when we don't need it. So what we're doing at ARC is focusing on putting that generation closer to the load. So on the left side of that picture is the bulk transmission, and that's really your high voltage power. Then that comes into, and this is important for all, the municipal and elected officials on the city level and the municipal level, to the sub-transmission system. And if you look at the way American cities and other cities around the world are designed, through industrialization and through the 20th century, a lot of distribution, logistics, manufacturing is in that sub-transmission zone at the outskirts of cities. So if you can think about regional airports, Amazon distribution and fulfillment centers, those all tend to be there. And then as you get into suburban and urban, that's the distribution tier there. So what we finance is, a series of solar parks that sit at the edge of cities, and are now the flow of energy can be bidirectional. And the key is battery storage. So as what you're going to see over the next 10 years, as the transmission system is being upgraded, is that you have an immediate solution where solar and storage and other renewable sources as well can act as a balancer to store some of that excess power that's being produced during the day, shift it to at night when it's being consumed or early in the day. And that top layer, if we could go to the next slide. And these are some of the companies that we're in discussions with, or at the forefront of this. But whether it's utility or large corporations are all under enormous pressure to hit their net zero goals. And these are hard net zero targets now. So this whole layer can be managed almost as one energy resource. And that's what's, what we've heard about VPPs or virtual power plants. But these are all 5G enabled, private networks that can be optimized in real time. And that can happen in less than a second as these loads are shifting. And so we really focus on the technology layer. And what this has to do with communities, especially LMI communities, low and moderate income communities, is without such a mechanism, 80 to 100 million households and small businesses can't do rooftop or on-site solar. So I think there's a bit of a misconception that we can all rush out and get, solar panels, put them on the roof, batteries, but that leaves out a whole section of the population from energy transition. With this model, it allows communities to subscribe to the solar parks, and then they get their energy credits right on their bill. They don't have to go into debt. This is a much, I think, simpler program, and one that can, as I said, happen today. So going to the next slide. And this is the difference between these two systems, is in the future, the old system, the old grid just couldn't work. You're going to have over 100 million in the US alone energy resources that can push power to the grid. It could be your Tesla that's adding power to your house. There are many ways for these energy resources. And all this has to be autonomous. So if we go to the next slide. So what we really like to think about is less about net zero by 2050. It seems it's so far out. Like what does that really mean for us today? And to me, this slide is what it means for us today. This is the Goldman Sachs estimate that the IRA, and it includes the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, would induce over $2.9 trillion in new investment. And that should create, these are additional jobs into the existing workforce, 1.3 million solar and 250,000 wind jobs. So this is, a multi-generational opportunity to, as I've said here, rethink, redesign, and rebuild how we do this. And that workforce, it's our mission at our Public Benefit Corporation to make sure those jobs, those benefits, and the dollars from this stay in the communities where these projects are done. So that's what we're focused on, and we look forward to hearing questions and meeting with you all later tonight. Thank you.
Great. We have time for one or two questions for the fine gentleman. So if anyone has a question, please jump on up to the microphone.
My question will be very brief, and my wife asked me to ask this question, so you can blame her if it's really bad. She wanted to know, what do you do in a community where they're absolutely opposed to things like solar panels and things like that?
There we go. It's a great question for everybody, I think. We should take this one to dinner. We just had an example in New Jersey where there was an offshore project, and some activists from the far left, you would say, and the far right ganged up to shut it down. So we have a problem, I think, that we have to get aside from the politics and just really focus on really capturing the imagination of the potential of the community to expand into something bigger and greater and safer. And I think if we take that frame of safety and let's make our community better, then you start to onboard a lot more people.
Yeah, from our side, that's one of our, something we've thought a lot about. And with, community solar farms, I look at FPL Solar Together, which is Florida Power and Light. They've deployed over 3 gigawatts of solar in less than 3 years by moving the generation to sort of the outskirts of town. And if people want to subscribe to those parks and get the energy credits, they can. If they don't, they don't. But when they're using power in their home, where those and how those electrons were produced, they don't have to put solar on their roof. I think that's become, not just for political reasons, but just putting things on your roof. People, it's a high hurdle. Then you add, I think the other big element that especially affects LMI communities is credit. Do you really want, this massive, people having payback periods of 11 or 12 years just to participate in energy transition? So we've tried to stay away from those models and work with the utilities to do the generation, out on the outside, on the ground. And so for the reason that you just brought up.
Hi, thank you so much for your engagement and your work. I'm Igor Tregob, EOPA California, former DOE employee, though not speaking on its behalf. And I work for Reimagine Power, which is a boutique women-owned small business specializing in access to local renewable energy for renters and all those who have been historically left behind in the clean energy transition. I was really interested in your slides around the future of distributed energy resources, around microgrids, virtual power plants. I do have one question. In my state right now, the Public Utilities Commission is about to put the kibosh on the ability of renters to get solar for multifamily housing, not to mention schools and farms, if they don't fix a 20-minute issue where they can't even get sound. Speaking of 20th century models. My question is, and I know the DOE is limited in what it can do, but insofar as how these models, they can't work in a vacuum. You have to have state and local regulatory frameworks that allow for these models. How do you interface, or are you able to interface with state regulators who may not share our vision about the future of access to renewable energy?
Yeah, I mean, I forget the actual number of the bill, but in California, they've addressed this through the community solar programs, and you're going to see this. And I also think it's New York and New Jersey who have put in. So community solar is, again, a solar park is built, either the utility or an independent developer manages the subscribers. And in some states, you get two bills. You get one from your utility and then one with the credits from the developer of the park. States now are trying to move that to one bill, especially California. I think this is going to go into effect next year, where the applications will come in through next year. But I think about 5 gigawatts of community solar parks. And then they put a condition that a minimum number of subscribers have to come from LMI communities, renters who could not afford to do that. And I think that threshold maybe is 50%. As you know, if you're a developer, the mix of subscribers is going to affect, the bankability of the project. So one of the things we work on, and one of the things that the Inflation Reduction Act really helped with, is baking in a lot of these subsidies, a lot of the tax credits, to make the math work, to increase the number of low to moderate income subscribers that can be in these parks. So you're kind of at the mercy of the states, and California just happens to be, I think, a state that's ahead of the game in the community solar model.
Thank you.
Igor. Thank you all. Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your time. I appreciate your great words and insights. I am going to ask the audience, I'm going off script here, so I'm going to ask the audience to do something for me. I want you to think about, what was your favorite thing to do growing up? Gentlemen, you may, if you'd like, in your childhood. What was one of your favorite things you liked to do in your childhood, and where did you grow up? You don't have to say it, just think about it for a second. If you're like me, at some point in your mind, and you're in the little town I grew up in is Montgomery, Louisiana. Montgomery, Louisiana, I'm gonna say that again because I say it and people say, oh, is that New Orleans? No, it's Montgomery, Louisiana. My town when I grew up, bustling, small businesses, my high school. I in fact graduated with the same 27 kids that I started kindergarten with. Since after joining the Air Force and moving away, going back, my town is now so small population-wise, you could probably put them in your pocket. And that's because businesses have less. As a child, I was one of those who was like, oh, when I get grown, didn't know what that meant. But when I get grown and I have all this money, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z in my town, right? We've seen numbers of $540 billion on the screen. How many of you ever thought, hey, I'm gonna be a multi-billionaire, I'm gonna have a 500 or even $1 million growing up, and what you would do with it? That brings you to why you're in this room today, right? Hey, you've been fighting for some community, and I'm not gonna say the science, like the numbers, you've been fighting for some community, somebody you know means something to you and has been affected by climate change, climate crisis, environmental justice. We talk justice for the communities. What does that mean, right? That's my small town that I can now fit in the palm of my hand. That's what a justice for the community is. It's those communities that have been forgotten by development and hadn't been invested in. So this $390 billion of historic investment we're talking about, that's what we're talking about. That's why you're here in the room today. And I, again, focus on those small communities, those small businesses, because those are the businesses that will help build the resiliency in those communities that have been forgotten. So as I said, Air Force veteran, I know we got a lot of veterans in here all across the services, and I want to thank you all again for your service. But it gives me pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Charlie Smith, who is, as I asked him, hey, what's your correct title? Because we got multiple things. He said, I'm an advisor, consultant. Charlie works for the National Veteran Small Business Council, leading their efforts to train, educate, and prepare small veteran-owned businesses, veteran-owned small businesses to do work with the department, with federal agencies for federal acquisition and processes. So instead of going through what's on the paper and saying he's the principal guide, I'm just gonna say Charlie is a staunch leader and advocate for veteran-owned small businesses, and I'd like to ask you to welcome him to the stage.
Thanks, Christian. I appreciate that. If you check your agendas, I'm the 3:30 slot, so I'm going to kind of tighten it up here, move it along a little bit for you all, so you can get to dinner. And it's good to be back and forth still. Sorry, Director Pierce couldn't be here. We work closely together, the DOE and the National Veteran Small Business Coalition. And NVSBC leadership and our membership want to extend a thank you to the agency, to the OSDBU staff, and all the small business consultants in the DOE complex for your success in increasing opportunities for veteran-owned small businesses and your new initiatives aimed to build on that success. I should add, I know none of us have a lot of free time, but I particularly appreciated Director Pierce's recent video on DOE's fiscal year small business initiatives. I'm sure you can find that at the DOE OSDBU website. There's a lot of useful information on there. So now let me introduce the National Veteran Small Business Coalition, some of the programs that we offer and are developing to serve veteran-owned small businesses. It's a national nonprofit organization representing and assisting approximately 50,000 veteran-owned small businesses across the country in their efforts to contract with federal agencies and support government's many missions. In addition to federal agencies, NVSBC works with large prime contractors, experienced SMEs, and service providers to deliver advocacy, training, and valuable networking opportunities for our members. Let's go to the advocacy slide if we could just, yeah. I mean, that's a fun slide, but I can't speak to that. Here we go. I'm going to have essentially 3 more slides for you to go through each of these areas. Advocacy. The National Veteran Small Business Coalition in the last few years has begun working closely with members of Congress and congressional staff advocating for a variety of issues that impact veteran-owned and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. An example of that is this year, although I imagine in conference it's not going to be pretty, but the National Veteran Small Business Coalition was successful in getting an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act to increase service-disabled veteran-owned small business contracting goals from 3% to 5%. We maintain close relationships with small business specialists and other decision makers at all federal agencies. We were very instrumental in assisting the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Small Business Administration in transitioning CVE certifications to the Small Business Administration. I believe later or early next year, our Executive Director, Scott Jensen, will be presenting to the interagency, Federal Interagency OSDBU Council. Our advocacy allows us to inform our members of legislative policy and regulatory developments. We do that through a couple of monthly communications, a monthly newsletter. It's available on the NVSBC work website. The November issue had a couple excellent articles I'd recommend for small businesses. One entitled Key Strategies for Starting a Government Small Business. And additionally, a real thoughtful article on market factors impacting GovCon small business values in 2024. Additionally, we provide a monthly strategy and legislative update to our membership, detailing our advocacy efforts with federal agencies and with Congress. We can go to training. We've got a lot of training opportunities we provide to veteran-owned and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. It's particularly exciting to me because this is the area that I'm most involved with, working with the National Veteran Small Business Coalition. And I'd like to mention that just last week, the National Veteran Small Business Coalition hired a new director of training, and many of you here at DOE may be familiar with her, but she is a former small business program manager at Sandia National Lab. We brought Marie Misker on board. The Charlie Mike, just great virtual training series. It's valuable virtual monthly that you can access, but I never seem to have the time, or my schedule never seems to work out. All those Charlie Mike, which for the non-military folks means complete the mission. All of those are on the YouTube channel for the NVSBC, and there's some great ones there. I've got 4 more training programs. VetFed Academy, we pair this up with our monthly DC networking dinners. It's monthly in-person training from industry and policy experts, government reps, and contracting educators that help our small businesses serve their communities. And I would say amongst the many ties between the National Veteran Small Business Coalition and the Department of Energy, a couple months ago, maybe 3 months ago, it was Director Pierce and the DOE OSDBU who, along with NNSA, Gary, I got you, that came and provided our VetFed Academy training. We have a scholarship program, brings together a diverse set of cohorts of veteran business owners. They get training, networking access. We get about a half dozen a year. It's an excellent program. I believe they get quite prominent recognition and at our annual Vets Conference, which I'll show you at the end. Veteran entrepreneurship through acquisition. This is one that I don't think a lot of small businesses get enough of, to be honest with you. You can go to a lot of small business conferences and hear about getting procurement ready and, sam.gov, but veteran entrepreneurship through acquisition, it's an annual symposium with business leaderships, capital providers, lawyers, M&A professionals, accountants, business schools, and other supporters of veteran and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. It's valuable for small businesses in any part of their life cycle in one way or the other. Vet Fed Council. We haven't advertised this other than word of mouth. It will begin to be advertised and marketed, but it's a place where veteran-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses can get free virtual one-on-one counseling sessions with experienced subject matter experts and whatever topics they would like to receive counseling on. It's got some significant differences than or will have significant differences from Apex accelerators and small business development centers. Those are tremendous resources that all your small businesses should avail themselves to, but we're hoping to distinguish it with a little more robust counseling program with some more advanced topics with a veteran-centric tone. And coming soon, it's not even up there. So I guess it's not coming that soon, but we are starting a mentorship program next year, early next year, grant funded to pair up new and emerging small business owners and engage them in a 9-month curriculum with a mentor to help get them get their feet planted and begin to pursue federal government contracts seriously. Go to networking and then I'll move out. We have a monthly DC networking dinner. Great event, a couple hundred people typically show up. Small businesses looking for teaming partners, looking to develop relationships, should go there. And again, it's preceded by a Vet Fed Academy, and the food's pretty good. So I would encourage folks to consider the DC networking dinners. They're typically held at the Army Navy Country Club in Arlington. The next one is December 12th, I believe. That's a Tuesday. Regional networking dinners. We are a national organization. National Veteran Small Business Coalition has members across the country, and in order to get closer to them in person, we have quarterly networking dinners. Recently in Norfolk, Virginia, Tampa, Florida, San Diego, California, and Huntsville, Alabama. The next one is a holiday celebration, December 5th in Tampa, Florida. And the annual awards gala was a great event. It was 2 nights ago. It's where we award government agencies, large primes, for meeting their small business socioeconomic goals. And lastly, it's important for me, we can go through right to the last slide. The Vets Conference. This is the premier event of the National Veteran Small Business Coalition. It's be held in May 21st to 24th in Orlando. We're anticipating about 2,000 attendees, a mix of procurement-ready small businesses, buyers from both federal agencies and large prime contractors. We like to bill it as the nation's leading multi-agency small business event of the year. I'm sure the Department of Energy will be there again this year. Lastly, I just want to say the NVSBC is grateful to have been a part of today's event. We look forward to continue to work with the DOE as we work together to improve and expand the opportunities for veteran-owned small businesses, for contracting opportunities in support of DOE's missions. Lastly, I need to give you a plug, nvsbc.org. Lastly, I wish you all a Thanksgiving happy holiday. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, because veterans, particularly in the transition to clean energy, are going to be instrumental. If you think about it, a lot of the jobs, particularly in wind turbines, where the helicopter dumps into the water and you have to get flipped and brought out, that's something we do in the Navy anyway. So great. So I'd love to introduce Stefan Nikolov. He's co-founder and managing director of Full Cycle. Full Cycle is a sustainable infrastructure fund that's accelerating climate solutions globally. Stefan?
Good afternoon. My name is Stefan Nikolov, as Alex said. Very grateful to be here. It's good to see so many familiar faces and friends here are focused on this most important work. We are investors in clean infrastructure. That's what we do. And when we started the fund, we decided that we wanted to focus on efficacy, not just optics, not unicorns and founders, but really wanted to tackle this large climate problem. And what we noticed is that it's a very big problem. And so what we decided to do is kind of break that problem down into its components to be a little bit more digestible and understandable. And when you do that, some interesting things start to happen, and I'd like to share some of those with you today, especially because the intersection of the work that we're talking about here, building infrastructure, and the climate science oftentimes are in two different rooms and are folks who don't actually talk to each other, and that's a problem. So I'm very grateful for Carl's climate tutelage. It means I don't have to talk to you about warming and curves and things like that. But what I'll say is when you think about the climate issue writ large, a couple of things emerge as kind of hot spots. And one of them is methane, right? So methane is a greenhouse gas that on a 20-year basis is 86 times worse than CO2. It is by mass 1% of what we emit, but by warming, it's 33% of what's happening in our upper atmosphere. And so focusing on methane is a lever of action. It means you can start to think about conversations that arc towards atmospheric cooling when you think about the amount of methane we could potentially not emit or draw down. And so methane comes from three sources in our economy: agriculture, oil and gas, and waste. So again, it's not our whole economy, it's just three sectors. And so as we started to drill down and think about this problem dynamically, we realized that actually where we would do the best climate work, where we could do our best investing, is by building infrastructure that specifically focuses on those three industries and that tackles methane emissions in particular. And so that's what we did. And so, part of what I hope to share today is that, by thinking strategically, scientifically, we can take what is seemingly a gargantuan issue, something that is just difficult to even get our hands around. What does 50 billion tons of carbon even look like? How many rooms does it fill? When you take these problems and you dissect them down to their smaller pieces, you can start to identify real opportunities. And so we do investments in things like waste transformation. So if you think about your municipalities and your town, almost every single one of them has a landfill. In most places in the world, it's not even a landfill, it's usually just an open pit that runs off into the ocean. If you think about where we get our energy and power, it is still too much coal infrastructure. Natural gas is there as well here in the United States, especially. And sometimes in these areas, you have levers within the lever. So I'll give you one, for example. It is the worst 5% of coal infrastructure that is responsible for 73% of the power sector's emissions. Let me say it again. It is the worst 5% of coal responsible for 73% of the power sector's emissions. So for those of you who pay attention to kind of this conversation we have about whether or not we phase down coal or phase out coal, I emphatically say, who cares, right? We just have to tackle that 5%. And so what I hope we get left with today is not just an understanding of how we actually think about the science, how we build the infrastructure, how the IRA can be a galvanizer for this action. But instead, in addition to all of that, we realize that we know what to do. This is entirely doable, both from policy and from private sector, and from the intersections of those two realms and innovation. So finding opportunities to support innovators and entrepreneurs who are developing those interventions in agriculture, in waste, in energy, is the name of the game. And so I am very grateful to share our thinking a little bit wherever we can. In a couple of weeks, I'm sure many of us will be in Dubai, of all places, to partake in the United Nations Conference of the Parties, COP. And in those rooms, this kind of thinking is really important. Because if we don't think about the problem in its smallest components, then see ourselves in the ability to take action, the wrong interests will grab the microphone and will say things that perhaps are distractions and being generous. But I share that here because everyone here plays a role. So what I will say, I will borrow from the United Nations and some of the frameworks of understanding that have implications here at the Department of Energy and here domestically in the United States. It is the notion of shared but differentiated responsibility. That is to say, everyone here plays a role in what happens next, but not everyone here plays the same role. So as policymakers, understanding what levers of action exist in your communities, what technologies you can galvanize, the role that permitting and siting plays in getting these into market as fast as possible, are things that everyone can do if we focus our attention on some of these key levers of action. So I'm very grateful for the work that EOPA does, bringing everyone together and highlighting the science, the innovation, and the capital that can help us get to a low carbon future and economy that we all of us deserve. So thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Next, I'd love to introduce James Boskovic. He is the CEO of Bankloop and a leader in infrastructure reporting, as well as a waste and recycling identification, providing real-time, actionable AI-driven data feeds for infrastructure, supply chain, and Scope 3 reporting, giving decision makers the clarity they need to make a lasting impact. So a long way to say that he knows everything of what's in your trash. And we'll be able to measure it and be able to get you the most efficient amount of food possible, and measure your potholes too. So it's actually really amazing technology. And James has been working on this worldwide. So I'd love to introduce him. Come on up.
Wow, this has been a busy day. We've learned a lot. We've heard a lot of information. So I'm sure you're like really overloaded with it. I talk about my kids a lot when I talk about why I am the CEO of this company and why we're on the mission of solving the problems we are. And recently, so I have two children I adopted. One's a really good artist. He loves like a vision. He loves painting that vision. My other son's an athlete. He plays any sport he can get his hands on. The difference is one son is in the present and all about the action, and the other son is looking at the future and what he wants to do. And I think when we hear a lot of what we need to do in the future, and translating what we can do today to achieve the future. All we have today is ever today. And my kids always love teaching me that. And so building this company, we wanted to build something that we could bring to y'all in a software package that you can deploy in your communities today. You can get answers today that help you make the right decisions today, not 30 years from now, not 20 years from now. You can understand what the store owners in your community can make the right decisions so they're not throwing away 30% of the food before it's even sold. They can put those dollars back in your community. You can look at your infrastructure and at the drop of a hat, just go, hey, we know how many potholes, we know how many cracks in the bridges. We know what is happening. We know what we need from the government. We have the data to apply for that funding. Whatever your problems are that can be visually seen, I think we're in an era where we can make a decision based on what is actually happening. We don't have to wait a year for a study to be happening. We can take that historical data, we can marry it with what's happening today, and then we can monitor that as it changes. Because we live in an infinitely variable world that's always changing. We turn around and there's another storm coming, there's another fire coming, there's another earthquake coming, there's another economic disruption coming. So as our world changes, we can evolve with it and do so with agility. And I think we have all heard about all the resources we have to evolve with that. And it's about just applying them right and with confidence. And I think my son was applying for schools. He's at that stage where he's like filling out a lot of applications, doing a lot of essays. And he was like, what do I write? What do I write? And came down to it. He was so focused on the number of words that he had to fill in that the consultant we had hired to like help him get these essays out the door to the applicants, they were like, this doesn't pass, this doesn't work. So, we took away the number of words and got down to the core of the truth. And when you can have software which gives you a simple, actionable source of truth, which every agency, every corporate decision maker has that one source of truth because it's evidence-based source. And I think it means something else different to each party, but hopefully we can come together as a cohesive driving force and deliver a future for our human race and do what we've all dreamed about doing. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, everyone. So excited to see everyone here. Hope you're enjoying the afternoon. My name is Dominic Frangillo, co-founder with Alex of Elected Officials to Protect America. And so excited to introduce our next speakers. Joseph McNeil, who's a former tribal council member in the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, and also the general manager for Sage Development, which is developing the Anpatuwi wind farm, which is poised to be the first ever 100% tribally owned wind farm in the history of the United States, a commercial scale wind farm that's indigenously owned. And Joseph has some pretty great stories that he'll share with us. And then also Christina Hollenbeck, who's a passionate leader in justice finance and the founder and CEO of Justice Capital. Justice Capital is working with Sage Development to organize capital to ensure that tribal and community-owned ownership of just transition projects. And I think Sage is really unique because we have to learn from projects that are Justice 40 community owned that are this far along in the process as we're structuring the IRA funds and implementation, say, okay, what can we learn from? How can we work with you to ensure that we're actually facilitating the creation and support of more of these projects to ensure that we don't have an extractive economy, but actually true community owned projects and democratization. So take it away.
Thank you, Dominic. Well, Hami Takuyapi. Hello, my relatives. Tatanka Wajila and Machiapi. My Lakota name is Buffalo All is One. It was my great-great-grandfather's name, One Bull. And I'm from the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. And my partner here, Christina Hollenbeck from Justice Capital, are here to talk to you about this great project that we've been working on at Standing Rock, the 235 megawatt wind farm for the Standing Rock Sioux tribe.
Nice. So we are in the lovely place of exactly 4:30 p.m. when everyone's sugar is dropping, right? Pretty much all good. So raise of hands. Okay, you just raised your hand. I like that. All right, cool.
Take his
With it. You get a car, sir. You get a car. How many of you all have projects that you are working on or that your community is working on that you came here to figure out how does this actually get financed? There we go.
I'm with you.
How many of you all are like, I'm not sure how this gets financed? There we go. Pretty much everybody. Awesome. No worries. This session is for you. So this session is where we're going to actually walk through how we've structured the opportunities that IRA offers, which is basically community ownership. It's a game changer, y'all. But we were never prepared to take advantage of IRA. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball, but not to worry because we are going to sink it in the hole. And so we're going to walk through with you a little bit about both SAGE and the WIND project, but we're also going to spend a good portion of our time talking about specifically how we structured the financing for this project and are continuing to structure the financing to maintain Lakota values and also attract investors, capital in at the appropriate stage of development. So that, as you can see, it's not just going to have a huge impact in the community, but it's also going to create catalytic wealth building in the community. And as Joe's going to talk about, in a community that needs it quite a bit. So,
Yeah.
Joe, let's keep it 100 with the audience. Everybody want that today? Sounds good. So let's not, I know you're a very humble person, but let's stunt a little bit. Like this is a big deal. This is the first ever commercial scale wind project that's 100% owned by the tribe, even though when you look across the country where the highest wind potential regions, highest solar potential regions are, and you layer on tribal nations, it's basically a mirror map, right? At least in this country. So can you talk a little bit about where this project came from so that folks can start to, get a sense of the community design process that came into play to unlock this opportunity?
Yeah, back in 2009 through 13, I sat on tribal council. And during that time, we put an RFP out because we knew we had good wind, right? And so we put an RFP out. We had about 8 wind developers come through and they all had their pitch. Each and every pitch led down to one singularity between them all, was that they were all just land lease deals. They all talked about the tribe will own this project at the end of its lifespan. At 20 years, you will get the wind turbines. And at that point, what do you do with 20-year-old wind turbines? You have to take them down, you have to refit them, etc. And so where's the benefit for that? We said, no, thank you. That's our land. We can set this aside and we can work on what could be coming up next. So we were very intentional about taking grant funding and building a renewable energy platform at the tribe, department at the tribe through land ops, and coming up with the other strategy that we were working on. And that is to do pre-development, pre-feasibility for equity into our project. We're roughly 40% poverty rate, 50% unemployment, depending on the season. A lot of money doesn't come in. We're not a casino-rich or oil-rich tribe. So we had to be very smart about how are we going to build this in a way that's real, tangible. And so the pre-development is going to be our equity stake moving into development of this project. So pre-feasibility studies from philanthropy, particularly after the No DAPL fight where we stood against big oil crossing over our water supply. People came in and said, how can we help you, Standing Rock? Put some money into our feasibility studies is where we took that money and plugged it into. So we did a lot of the work in that space. Environmental studies, cultural siting, because what we can do as a tribe is protect our own land, protect our sacred sites. Because my grandson might have a dream to go up on a hill. And if he gets up on that hill and there's a turbine there, he's not going to be able to connect because our ancestors are waiting for us to connect. All of us are indigenous to a place in the world where our ancestors speak to us. Just like my sister said earlier today, there's trauma, there's blood. We are in the soil. So it's something that we aim to protect in our project moving forward. I get a little choked up about that because that's the real meaning of what we're trying to protect and develop at the same time. An intergenerational project that is. meaningful for our grandkids.
Absolutely. And so let's dive into this, because I feel like one of the things that oftentimes folks don't understand is that this actually came from a community design process. This was not just some idea that you had and you just walked in and were like, it's windy outside, we should have a wind farm. Like, this went through a whole community design process. I mean, the community is behind this project. They see it as theirs. That's part of the game changer, right? Can
Yeah.
you talk a little bit about that process?
I think most of us that are from plain states know that it's windy, and the wind is a spirit. And for us, that's something to be respected. So like my brother over here, Sean, from the South Dakota side, and all of us in the area know that. And through our people, we spoke to the council, our council did a real hard look at, through community informed consent, through having these meetings, about how do we build an entity that is going to be free from the political side of things. And that's where creating the Section 17 and SAGE came from. So we're autonomous in the way that we can do it and move our business and come into debt and build and develop this process free from the political cycles of the tribe. And most federally recognized tribes, if not most all, can have this Section 17 organization, but any community that can gather its resources together can do the same thing. Just must come together and be unified in what your goals are going to be. Allocate those resources to whatever renewable energy asset you're going to look at if you're going to sell that commercially. So that's what our goal is, to sell this commercially. So we're in the interconnection queue process with the Southwestern Power Pool. And that's a very expensive process, because each way along it to prove your project is a financial security deposit, which is an unknown quantity, step by step.
Yeah, so
money.
step one, community design process. What are the assets that you already have in your community? What do communities actually want in their communities? Step two, how do you actually get the early stage capital? And if we could scroll through the slides as we're going, that would be super helpful so folks can see some visuals with it. So this is a picture. You could see there's Standing Rock. That is, as we said, those are the highest wind potential regions in the country. So it makes sense why wind farm, right? Because that's a community owned asset. If we could go to the next slide, though, the community governance structure, that allows you to make a totally different, if we could go to the next slide, that allows you to really design what is actually structured and needed, right? And so you all will be able to make sure there's jobs that go into the community. It's not just going to be a land lease deal, so you benefit from it, right? So the way that you structure that governance structure was a game changer. If we could go to the next slide. Yeah,
Our board of directors.
and that's your whole board. Can you talk a little bit about what it means? What are some of the decisions that you all have made differently than other developers would have made if they didn't have true community governance?
When we talk about protecting of the land and then building our local capacity as a community, this board of directors comes from a varied place of skill sets and placement in there. We have ex-chairman, we have current chairman of a regional electric co-op board, councilmen, advocates, et cetera, real professionals. So, but what we do have all in common is that we're all from the same community. And that for us is that sacred protection, that unifying force to protect our land, protect our culture, and develop jobs, because we're doing this for our relatives. We want to break the cycle and by our own hand use revenue from the wind farm to then reinvest and be the lead investor into renewable energy projects for each of our communities to bring the cost of power down, and then provide more jobs in intergenerational education and financial institution building, so that we can build more entrepreneurship, so we can have ancillary businesses that serve our renewable energy assets.
Awesome. We can go to the next slide. And the next one, there you go. So one of the things that I think is so interesting is so many other developers are like, oh yeah, we can't move that turbine to help that wing-tailed bat that flies through X, Y, or Z. You all have totally disproven this, right? Like, you're not just operating from the baseline of what the federal government says that you need to do. You all are operating in your own cultural values, in your own way of doing things. And you're actually proving that it's really not that expensive to do that. Can you talk to us a little bit about this map and how it has changed over the last
Sure.
year here?
I mean, if I can, and I'm going to stand up, guys, because people are sitting here on stage very statically. But as we look at this project, on the right side of it is where we started off at in these hills, and this is the highest wind capacity. It was 50% net wind capacity, perfect wind. But up here, we had a lot of sacred sites, not good. So we ended up moving and shifting lower. In the meantime, we're doing environmental studies, which means we had to shift it again, aquatic studies through the area, and environmental means the birds and the bats came through. The bats were going to take us off the hills in the first place anyway. So as we looked through this area here, we started building into this, and then interconnection tie is 14 miles here. So now we looked into this area to build our net capacity up, because when we shifted, our net capacity dropped like 42%. Bring it back up to 46 where we're at now, is moving it a little more westward, using tribal land and allotted land and fee land to bring our power back up to the economics are really good again. So as we go through this process, I would say this is about the 10th shift that we've had.
Yeah. And I think what's amazing about this is that actually it's only costs. I mean, I guess I'm not probably really supposed to, it's only cost like $50,000 to change this. So that is a negligible, that's like that is a rounding error to actually honor sacred sites of indigenous people and make sure that we're not doing harm to other animals and wildlife. That is a rounding error. So any developer who tells you that they can't do that, just tell them to come and talk to us. That's a lie. But anyway, the other part that is a game changer here is you all had the ability to do that because your governance structure still owned 100% of the project.
Exactly.
That is not the way any other project basically in the game works. To get to this place, usually you sell to, for those that don't know about wind, I didn't know until we started working together, so I got the crash course. Basically what happens is you, to have the capital to be able to surmount all these different benchmarks, you basically have to sell out to a developer, and then the developer owns 51%. So would the developer ever make that decision? No. But the governance structure that's actually accountable to community and stewarding that would totally make that decision, right? So the opportunity with IRA is that community ownership is possible. But in order to do that, we have to make sure that the community governance structure has its capital needs met at its earliest stages of development, so it can maintain governance and ownership to make the decisions that Joe just outlined. Just want to track that everybody's good with where we're going, like picking up what we're putting down. All right, cool. Next slide. And we're going to talk about how this actually gets financed. So this initial yellow area, we kind of drew that out. That's the pre-development stage that Joe was just telling you about. All the feasibility studies, all the things, right?
We're writing hella grants, people.
Yeah, there's a lot of grants. So, and then we move into construction finance after we've basically gotten all the approvals for everything, tied everything in a bow. That's where Jay, I don't know if Jay's still here, that's where the LPO office comes in, right? But that big, long yellow arrow has to be covered by somebody else, right? And that's where we have to structure the financing. So in a traditional model, what would have happened? Developer comes in, takes the majority of the equity, takes the majority of the profits, right? And builds it however they want to build it. In this model, in our alternate universe, post-IRA, that yellow looks very different. If we can go to the next slide. So what we did was we had both private grants that came in, as Joe was already sharing, had some recoverable grants, forgivable loans that came in, right? We also had some catalytic debt and even some capped equity. We basically capped the amount of profits and equity that someone could make from the project for us to make sure that Sage had the money and has the money they need in that yellow stage, in the pre-development stage, so that when we wrap it up in a bow and sell it to a developer for construction, Sage will actually maintain 100% governance of this project. That is a round of applause moment. Thank you. Yes. So this is a game changer, right? This is a game changer because now the decisions are made differently. And guess what? Next slide, also the financial benefit is maintained differently. So those grants, catalytic capital, and then as Joe said earlier, one of the challenges is to plug into the grid. These transmission line queues are hella expensive, and that is a precise amount. And just like Joe was sharing, literally we were given 15 days to either have $970,000 or maybe 10 million. Let us know if you can do that. And if you can't, you got to go back to square one. So you've just wasted all your money.
In that process, we did a lot of things that we didn't think we could initially. That's having conversations with FERC commissioners in a very rapid way to talk about our project and how it's differentiated, because this isn't a developer-driven project. This is a community-driven project that really perks folks' ears up. They haven't heard of this before.
Right. Because really what IRA opens up is community ownership, but nothing else is structured for community ownership, right? So we still have to go through the FERC tariff interpretation. In this region, it's with SPP that we've been working with. And their interpretation is still developer centric. Why? Because we're one of one right now. They've never heard this because no one has actually ever filed a waiver and tried to do a commercial scale wind farm that's 100% owned by the community, and certainly not that's owned by tribal communities. So we had to create a loan guarantee pool basically to be able to pay those security deposits, because right now we're being burdened with what will be handled in construction finance, but we have to pay the security deposits on that now. So next slide. But the good news is, because we are structuring it in the way we are with early stage blended capital, and this is the important part, because oftentimes developers will like, oh yeah, let's get some catalytic capital at the end to cap off our last round of financial needs. No, no, no. Early stage catalytic capital, early stage grants to maintain the ownership. Now in this project, every dollar that is invested at this stage will create $11 in community wealth building back to Sage and the tribe over the life cycle of this project. That's also a round of applause moment. Awesome. And that's a game changer. Investors are still going to get back what investors want to get at this stage of development. In the construction phase, investors are going to get back what investors want at the construction phase. And Sage and the tribe are going to get $11 back for every dollar that's invested at this stage.
One thing we wanted to be sure of in this process, since we're a community-derived project moving forward, is that we didn't want to be a unicorn. Everyone's, oh, this is a tribal project. Instantly, that connotes negative thought or thoughts of incapacity or inability to do a project like this, because tribes don't normally do this whenever we bring something up. But we wanted to make this project as normal, as boring as any other project moving forward.
We're not
as
boring.
much. We're not boring. But to certain rooms, that's what you need to be. You know, the level of risk and the risk tolerance for investors and anyone else looking to invest into the project, when you bring a tribe into it, let's just be real. That's what pops up. A tribe, I don't know if they can do that if they have the capacity. What we were very intentional about in this space was bringing in consultants that led industry, you know, so that's UL and an SPP, that's Burns and Mac. So, and SWICA for our area to do environmental consultants, and then everyone that we brought in, industry leaders. So when we said the facts and said where we got those from, people resonated with it right away.
Yeah. And this is a game changer. So if you see the next slide, that is a game changer for Sage now and for the tribe in perpetuity. Joe, you want to close us out with just a bit of a sense of what this means long-term for Sage and the tribe?
I mean, right now we're currently working on electric vehicle charging stations throughout the tribe. We're doing solar for each of our 8 community buildings. We're working on the Solar for All program. And for us to open and build and reinvest our financial security, our financial institute for our people, so that we can keep our money in our own communities and reinvigorate and build our economy by our own hand. So for us, it's investing in ourselves,
Mhm.
not just tribe and tribal members, but anybody else can come into play into this thing. But, this is the ability for us to be lead investors and take the risk on our own lands and reap those rewards that were held off on by border town banks that didn't want to see investment by natives on their own land. So it means a lot to us, as we come into this space and place moving forward. So
Yeah.
we wish everybody, take a look at something like what they're doing or what we're doing, because you can do it.
Yeah.
Everybody can get it done. It's just coalescing around a smart idea and making that happen. And
Yeah.
having good friends, right? Like Chris.
Well, I think that also one of the pieces is that we just want to be real, that this isn't a rosy colored picture, right? Like every single step of the way, SAGE is setting precedent for, to be very frank, this agency and other agencies of the federal government that never expected and never have enabled tribes to own at this scale and at this level. And so we don't want to paint some picture like this is just easy, right? But it is totally possible. And the key is community governance, the stage blended capital at the appropriate stage of development so you can maintain that governance at the important decision-making periods you need to. And then being able to really have the capacity building support to be able to surmount these different obstacles that are in front of you. And we have to do that together. So we want to learn, we want to learn those things together with you. But yeah, we have to also provide this feedback. And so one of the reasons why we want to share this with you all is because we're kind of the tip of the spear right now, to be really honest. When we first were ringing the alarm around, especially the transmission queue and how much money they were expecting we were going to have to do because IRA has flushed everybody into the transmission queue. For example, everybody's like, what are you talking about? And this is actually the stuff, this is a brass tacks of how IRA gets done in a way that actually creates community benefit and wealth. And so we hope that we can be partners with you all in the future as you all are thinking about this in your communities that need this type of long-term revenue and resource.
I think like Chris just said, we're the tip of the spear in our area, but in this room, there are lots of spears. There's lots of tips. We're all pushing this thing together. So us communicating and having this relationship and saying, I see you, you see me, I see you, we're all in the struggle together. We're all tips of the same spear,
That's right.
Moving this forward for our kids' sake.
Yeah.
So let's just think about that and continue to have the conversation. I want to thank EOPA for putting this on and everybody else to come into this room that support EOPA and our veterans and moving forward. So
thank you all.
Thank you.
Panel we'd love to have here is the Climate and Energy Security Solutions Panel. And these are individuals doing amazing work throughout the world on energy security solutions. And Neil Brito, who is the Associate Director of the Aspen Institute, will be moderating. Neil?
Right. So as Alex mentioned, my name is Neil, and I lead a project at the Aspen Institute called the Intersector Project, where we focus on emergent forms of public-private partnership. And over the last 10 years, we've examined 50 different cases of this at a subnational level and really focus on performance improvement in the many ways in which government, business, and the nonprofit sector interact to address many of our challenges and seize many of our opportunities. The IRA obviously is one of the most substantial catalysts for many different forms of public-private partnership over the last year. But in order for many of these collaborations to fulfill their potential, there has to be attentiveness to managing the different language, cultures, practices, incentives, and timelines of these multiple sectors. So to further explore the role of partnerships in climate and energy security solutions, we have an esteemed group of panelists we're going to hear from today. Starting with Heidi Roddenberry, who's the co-founder, board chair, and president of her family foundation, born of Star Trek fame. She and her team strive for universal thriving through various programs, including venture philanthropy, trust-based giving, prize philanthropy, all to fund catalytic shifts for sustained systems change. And after Heidi, we'll be joined by Mr. Ken Vaughn, who's the director of impact investments at Virtue Lab, where he manages impact first investment funds in the climate, technology sector. He's been a pioneer in this space in managing several of these funds. So we're very fortunate to have both of you here today. So Heidi.
Thank you, Neil. I think you did my presentation. I don't know what else to say. Hey, you guys are still here. Yay to those who are here for the whole thing. As you've heard, I am Heidi Roddenberry, the head of the Roddenberry Foundation, and I am honored to be here. And I applaud each of you for your visionary leadership to this critically important work. I'm happy to share with you more about the Roddenberry Foundation, how we do our philanthropy, and ways that we might accomplish more together. At the Roddenberry Foundation, we focus on funding catalytic projects that can affect systems change with the goal of universal thriving. Among the many competing priorities for a flourishing world, we address our habitat, our home planet, in a few different ways. Beginning with finance, we have ensured that our endowment, representing 95% of our assets, is invested in companies that support a better future for all. Thank you. So to give you context, that's about $100 million. I offer this as a reminder that each dollar one spends or invests can be put towards organizations that are shaping a better future. So remember the story that your money tells. The remaining 5% is what makes up our charitable giving. Please, next slide. So we're a relatively progressive foundation. We use venture philanthropy to democratize innovation by giving initial startup capital to those dreamers, the garage tinkerers with a great idea to test their hypothesis. Thus, we're essentially de-risking early stage companies and operating almost like venture capitalists. But the difference is we have altruistic outcomes for our KPIs. We benefit from being risk tolerant and are happy to fund these early stage ideas so that there's a pipeline of validated technology available for the marketplace. And dare I say, for government funding? Hey, okay. An example I'd love to share with you is an organization called AquaCycle. We met the principal when the lead investigator was at the J. Craig Venter Institute. Now, the name might sound familiar because Craig was on the lead team that decoded the human genome. This team, Oriana's team, we funded the initial research for her microbial fuel cell that could break down any organic material and convert it into water and energy. So we codenamed the project the Super Pooper because it can actually break down black water. Our initial investment, our intention was to send this Super Pooper out into the developing world. But we quickly realized that this technology could scale rapidly. AquaCycle then spun out of research and turned into a company converting wastewater treatment plants into energy centers that produce clean water. And so here I've got a quick clip for you to understand more about AquaCycle. If you could play the video, please.
The team here at AquaCycle is driven to make a positive change in the world. We are very focused on the impact that we can make through technology. 80% of wastewater that's generated globally is discharged directly into the environment, either with minimal treatment or no treatment at all. And so what AquaCycle provides is a technology that actually removes the carbon from the water, that actually produces irrigation quality water straight out of the gate. And we can do this in a very cost-effective way in a very small footprint. If you can have an on-site treatment facility, which treats the water literally and gives you a little bit of that water back, you don't need a sewer grid. And the way that we treat the water, we actually recover electricity that can be used to power itself. And so now you don't need an energy grid either. So our goal is to be able to now provide sanitation in a cost-effective, accessible, and safe way without a sewer grid and without an energy grid.
Pretty cool, huh? Next slide, please.
The team here at AquaCycle.
Thank you. We also have the Roddenberry Fellowship, which supports change makers in the US, a portion of which is focused on the environment. And here I'll give EOPA a shout out because Dominic was a 2018 fellow. Yay! Next slide, please. And lastly, we run a biennial prize, the goal of incentivizing innovation in a specific category. We've always included an environmental aspect, and our last prize was 1.5 million for the best solutions addressing the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. These are actually later stage companies. So rather than that initial startup capital in the sort of the venture space, we then look for those companies that kind of need that break for scale. So that's where the prize comes in. And I'm happy to share that you're going to actually get like a live video for one of our prize winners because Tom Green with Vesta will be speaking right after me. So I'm going to wait to let him share that with you. And so now you have an idea of what we attempt to do to shape a better world, especially if we continue working together. I see a lot of exciting opportunities for public-private partnerships with philanthropy helping to boost stellar organizations that then can be scaled nationally. And then we may indeed live long and prosper. Thank you.
So after Ken's remarks, we're going to have space for audience questions. So if you want to think about those now, and we'll watch for the mics.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here today. Thanks to Alex and his team for organizing all of this. And also special thanks to Confluence Philanthropy for introducing us to Alex and to this event. I'm with Virtual Lab. We operate in the Pacific Northwest, and we are a 15-year-old organization that has specialized in things like navigating complex federal funding processes. So I don't know if anybody else here feels like we're dealing with a complex federal funding process, but that's kind of a role that nonprofits can play with funding from state governments, city governments, and philanthropy. And we also have pioneered investing. Another theme I've heard is what do you do on that fuzzy front end when you don't really have that project ready yet to be able to tap into the DOE grant or to attract private investors to do that pre-development work or feasibility work. And so we have worked with both governments and philanthropy to create catalytic capital funds that can fill that gap. And we focus primarily on inventing new technologies, and I'm going to talk about some of those, but we're shifting a lot of our focus now towards deployment. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so the way we look at this, most of the people that work in the energy world and the investing world, who I work with all the time, are over on the right-hand side here. They talk about things like decarbonizing the energy sector and the heavy industry and industrial transformation, those kind of things. So we're trying to flip the script. We're trying to start from the left and focus on the things that we think we, our families, our neighbors, our friends, our communities really need. Things like low-cost energy and affordable housing and excellent transportation, as you can see on the left, and start from that lens and then look at all of the opportunities in technology and finance for finding those solutions. Next slide, please. So I think no matter who you are, if you're in a municipality, whatever your situation is, there are opportunities that probably work for you and work for everybody. And so these are some opportunities, and you've heard a lot about that. You know, things like community solar projects, resilience centers, microgrid projects, storage projects, solar plus storage projects, solar storage and microgrid projects. You can put all those together. Electric vehicle projects, EV charging infrastructure projects. So those are things that are pretty universal in terms of where things can be done. But I'm going to talk about some new innovations, some of which will maybe work in your region, maybe not, just depending on what your particular circumstances are. So here's an example. This is a company that we invested in when it was two founders in a lab the size of a large closet, inventing this technology, which later ended up going public on the New York Stock Exchange. But what you're seeing here is you're seeing a battery. That big thing that's being lowered into a neighborhood is a gigantic battery. And you heard earlier, in most cases, it makes a lot more sense to put the big solar park on the outskirts of town or somewhere out in a rural area. But in a lot of cases, it makes sense to put the storage close to where it's being used. And so you can do projects in communities, closer in the cities that are focused on just storage alone. And so this is an example of a technology that can be used for that kind of a project. The other thing is electric vehicles. So, if you're in a city or county, this is a great time to be thinking about electrifying your fleet and also electrifying your facility, your barn, whatever you call it, where you keep your fleet vehicles, because you have a concentration there, which is where you're going to be recharging your vehicles. And so that's a really good place to put solar and storage and microgrids and EV charging. And so one of the companies we've invested in is a company that specializes in two areas. One is fleet vehicles or fleet operation, and the other is multifamily. For people who can afford it, they will have a garage and they'll have their charger in their house and they'll charge overnight. But a lot of people are not going to be able to do that. So if you live in multifamily, you may not have an opportunity to do that. So how do you access the EV charging infrastructure? So OpConnect is an example of a company that focuses on that. So here's another one, and this is one that can work in almost anywhere. So this is a company called InPipe Energy. And what the company does, or what their technology does, is it captures energy from the moving water in the water mains in the street near your house. And so between the reservoir and your tap, the water infrastructure has places where they reduce the pressure, or otherwise it would sort of blow your head off as it came out of the tap. That's a mechanical valve. And so what InPipe has done is replace those mechanical valves with a small microturbine that produces electricity. And so this is essentially constant electricity, not intermittent like wind and solar. And this is something that if you place it in the right place under the IRA guidelines, a city, for example, will get 50% off deploying this kind of technology because of the rebates that you'll be able to access. Next, please. So here's another example. This is called Harvest Thermal. So if you haven't been reading or you don't live in California or New York, California, if you build a house now, you cannot get a building permit if you want to put natural gas in your house. So there's not going to be any more natural gas in people's houses. And so you're going to be all electric. And so if you start off with all electric, you come to some completely different ideas about how to manage your energy in your house. And so what Harvest Thermal's technology does is it has a single heat pump that's for both water heating and for space heating, rather than having two heat pumps to do that job. It has a smart controller that's connected to the grid and able to interact with grid signals. And it has a larger storage tank. And so, for example, in the middle of the day when there's a lot of solar on the grid, it will charge up the tank with a lot of thermal energy, so it's a battery. And that's really the big usage in your home. It's not your lights and it's not your computer, it's heating things. It's heating up the water for your shower and your dishwasher and things like that. And thermal storage compared to electrochemical storage is a lot more efficient. And so this is a terrific way. The people who are using this today are typically getting about a 40% reduction in their energy bills and a 90% reduction in their carbon footprint from the way they were before. Next, please. So here's another one, community energy labs. So if you are managing large buildings, schools, municipal buildings, where you have a lot of building under roof and you're managing the HVAC systems, the people that are managing that typically, you can imagine, are, when you were in school, the person with all the keys on their belt. They're managing that facility. They're doing a lot of different things. And this is a very sophisticated system running very sophisticated control algorithms interconnected to the grid from a very simple application on the phone of that facilities manager. So that's another good example of something you can do right now. And these will be things that will qualify under the IRA. Here's another called Arcimoto. So this is a different kind of an electric vehicle. This is a very small electric vehicle that's used sometimes just for fun, but can also be used in utility applications that municipalities can use, and even first responders. You can see the one, a little hard to see here, but on the lower right, there's a first responder version that can weave in and out of traffic and can get to the scene of a situation much faster if there's a lot of traffic around it. Next, please. So if you're in a region where you have ports or harbors, this is an example, Photon Marine, of an electric workboat. So electric workboats are an ideal solution for electrification in marine transportation. They're smaller boats. They go from point A to point B to point C. You know exactly where they're going to go. They're not going that far. So you can put the charging stations where you need them, and then you can start to electrify harbor boats, water taxis, surveying boats, those kind of craft. And then if you live in a region where you have district heating, or if you're an industrial player, that's probably not as applicable to the folks in this room. This is an example of being able to do process heat using the sun. So it's using concentrated solar energy to produce steam that's then connected with the conventional systems to augment those systems, and therefore you end up using a lot less fossil fuels in the process. So I guess my conclusion of all that would be, don't just think about solar panels and wind. We absolutely need to do those things, but you have a lot more things at your disposal under the IRA than just those things. And some of those things are kind of complicated. They're kind of complicated to do, to build, to permit, to get financed, where some of these solutions are easier to do, and you can get them in service a lot sooner. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
So just a reminder, we can take some questions from the audience. I can start with one while folks think of what they'd like to ask our panelists. When you think about the ways in which you've invested in people, projects, and companies in the kind of post-IRA environment, what forms of public-private partnership are most important or valuable to some of your investments in this space for helping achieve these goals in the area?
Is on? Yes, I'll do a quick one, and then I'm sure you have a great idea. What I think is interesting is, as a philanthropist, right, we're funding a smattering of different technologies, yet scaling is so vitally important, and particularly with energy, right, we have the infrastructure that it needs to get. So there's no way that I can fund enough companies until they can get access onto the grid. And then you probably have lots of ideas on how to plug into that.
Does this one work? You know, rather than talk about one specific opportunity, I think the key thing to think about is there's a huge opportunity for governments to work with nonprofits, philanthropy, and private investors together, and to think about these problems together, to plan for these problems together, to develop solutions like you heard before. And there's a lot of willingness. There's a lot of willingness in every sector to do that. But the key is you got to get, you know, if your state doesn't have, for example, a catalyst organization that builds public-private partnerships and that works with private investors, you should create one because it takes sort of a lot of persistence. And so you really have to have those groups working together over a long period of time to make big progress.
Any questions from the audience? Yeah, there's a mic just over there.
Hello, Ned Malik, Green Building Group. My question is in reference to getting, I guess, funding that or grants that your organization may be giving. So we started a fund called the Missing Middle Housing Fund recently. It's a 506c fund for accredited investors typically, but we're looking to potentially work with organizations or institution that might be looking to fund this particular program. In essence, what the missing middle is about is creating housing that's affordable, sustainable, attractive, and it's being spearheaded by some very progressive, forward-thinking counties. Locally, I'm here from DC, so locally we're working with Arlington County, and we're working with City of Alexandria, and so some of the other cities that are looking to bring more affordable housing, but also tie that into the sustainability aspect of it in locations that were typically not available to first-time homebuyers. They're just priced out. That's just the reality of living in a expensive cities, just like Washington, D.C. or New York City or San Francisco or any of the other places. So we'd love to hear, how we could get involved with your organization. Is that something you guys even consider looking at? And, love to hear some thoughts on that.
Yeah, so, affordable housing is a huge problem. I think everybody would agree with that. And, to a large extent, I think in our region, we think of it as a supply and demand problem. And so one of the things we've pioneered is something that you may have heard of called mass timber construction or cross-laminated timber. You may not have heard of that. It's being done in Europe today, and it's really just coming to the U.S. in any meaningful way. And what it is it's basically a different way to think about building homes. It's building homes in a factory, stamping them out one after another, very fast, very inexpensively, and then assembling them at the site. Rather than shipping 2x4s to the site, you ship large panels, panelized construction, you connectorize them, you can build tall buildings in a very short period of time. And so the way the planning agencies that are focused on housing are thinking about this is they're thinking about using that approach for infill construction of a lot of, think of them as 3-story townhomes, or row houses. In the Pacific Northwest, we don't have a lot of row houses, but it's essentially the modern day idea of row houses, which can go up quickly in a lot of neighborhoods and not disrupt everything, can be built very fast, very cost effectively, not to directly solve the low income housing problem, but to indirectly solve it. And that is by having that new supply of those townhomes, move up homes, whatever you want to call them, that people can afford. It then frees up a lot of housing stock that right now is not accessible to more low income people. So there's no silver bullets, as you probably know, in the affordable housing thing, but that's a strategy that we're implementing in our region.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point. I was just going to add that when you're dealing with supply demand issue, economics 101, supply demand, if you just increase the supply, the prices will come down. That's what it's about. So we are about increasing the supply of the housings to bring the pricing down without gentrification. So that's the idea behind it. That's what the missing middle is about. That's what our fund is about, is to get, people don't have to move out of this area, stay where you are, just make them more affordable.
Thank you so much. And I think we have time for one last question and then we'll close.
Chuck Eisenhardt, State Representative from Iowa, and this question's for Heidi. What efforts, if any, are there among foundation farmers, foundation funders to coordinate your work in this space? And if there is any, is there a central place where people can go to find potential partners?
Hello, thank you for that question. It's so important. We, as a foundation, have, we know all the problems, right? There's so many charities, there's a lack of transparency, there's lack of collaboration. We've tried a lot of different methods to see about making collectives or like sharing information. So what we have found over the years are a few other foundations where we share similar values. And we're talking about improving the grant application process to make it less laborious. And we have successfully, we launched a new program during COVID called the Plus One Global Fund. And it was our attempt at redefining charitable giving in a way that would be more impactful. And it's a trust-based giving platform where we work with a partner. And then what we wanted to do, for instance, was find those organizations that were pivoting during COVID to, like, remember you heard those stories about food rotting in the fields. So who was going out there and getting that food and then getting it to food insecure people? And so we used this trust-based giving problem. It was with the Obama Foundation was our first partnership. We asked their fellows who they knew were doing good work. They got a kickback, and then the nominees just had to give us 3 bits of collateral information. If they've checked the due diligence, then they got the funding. So that was an effort that we've done about changing the model and working with different organizations. And we're starting now to do issue-based campaigns. And we're getting, I think we have about 6 foundations that are joining our efforts for WASH initiatives. And so I know that's not quite what you're asking, because I would love to be able to give you a website and say, go here and we'll all help you. But I haven't found that yet. I don't know. Have you found any? Let's work together. Shall we do that? Yeah, okay. Here.
Thank you. Sounds like something EOPA might be able to bootstrap into existence.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Heidi and Ken, for joining us.
All right, so you got Christian one more time. So there's a very intelligent, beautiful young lady that once told me, "I love you, but sometimes you talk too much." So she's sitting here. So I will make this short and sweet. Because you guys have stuck it out with us and the sun's going down, I'm going to buy you dinner this evening. So you're welcome to dinner. But before that, I'd like you to give attention to Mr. Tom Green of Vesta Project. And I'm gonna just do this one line. So the main thing that I like about this, if I can find the right page here, sorry, is Vesta prioritizes the need of the planet and community, which we work with over profit. I think that is huge. In this day and age, the fact that you put people and planet over profit is a significant thing. So with that, Tom, if you would come up. Tom Green is the CEO of Vesta PBG, Public Benefit Corporation, and he will enlighten you on the work that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. So thank you all for sticking it out. Sorry to be the last thing between you and dinner here. So I'm Tom Green, CEO of Vesta. We are a public benefit corporation, which means that we prioritize the mission over profit. So here's what we do. We actually address 2 different problems. One of them is coastal erosion, and the other is the excess of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And we address both with a single solution. Here's how it works. We take this natural mineral called olivine, we grind it into sand, and we add that sand to coastal areas where it removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So here's an example. We did this in the state of New York. You can see this photograph on the left is our Vesta carbon removing shoreline protection project in New York. So this is preventing coastal erosion, and it's removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. It was very popular with the local community. Our next project coming up is in the state of North Carolina in a beautiful town called Duck on the Outer Banks. What this is all designed to lead to is a highly scalable form of carbon removal. That's what our R&D program is about. So the potential here is to remove CO2 from the atmosphere for just $21 per ton. To do that with very minimal energy inputs, To be able to do this at gigaton scale, that means over 1 billion tons a year of CO2 from the atmosphere. To do it for 100,000 years, that's how long the CO2 stays stored. And then finally, it has co-benefits. It helps protect coastlines from sea level rise, and it even reduces harmful seawater acidity. Unfortunately, ocean CDR is very underfunded. So when you look at the amount of total decarbonization investment that's gone into carbon removal, it's just 0.25%. That's the chart on the left. And then if you look on the right-hand side and you look at how much of carbon removal investment has gone into the oceans, it's only 1%, which is a shame because ocean alkalinity enhancement, which is where this fits in, is the most effective solution. So this chart comes from NOAA, not from us. And what they have shown here is that ocean alkalinity enhancement is in the top left quadrant here, meaning it's the low cost and most effective solution there is. Now, fortunately, it's a great pleasure to be here at the DOE specifically because the DOE has been leading the charge on starting to fund marine carbon dioxide removal. So we've got a notice of intent that recently came out as part of the carbon negative shot to actually fund marine CDR pilots, to fund MRV development, that's measurement, reporting, and verification, to fund R&D. So that's fantastic news. And there's various other programs that the DOE has announced which marine CDR fits into. So I really want to thank the DOE for its leadership here. It's really exciting news. Now, in terms of recommendations for what needs to happen next, we need to continue that great work, continue to expand eligibility for marine CDR and for various forms of carbon removal beyond just the sort of classic way of removing CO2 from the atmosphere, which is direct air capture. Continue appropriations for R&D and for purchasing carbon credits by the federal government. We need that initial slug of funding to translate into the future and to larger slugs of funding. Now, the third one, and this is a significant point to talk about. So the DOE has said, we want to make faster progress on marine CDR. We want to fund that. Regulation has not caught up with that yet. So we do not have clarity yet on permitting pathways from federal agencies on how you actually deploy marine CDR. So we've got funding running into bureaucracy and a lack of progress on permitting. The good news here is that the White House 2 months ago announced a fast track action committee, or FTAC, to accelerate this. So the specific remit of this FTAC is to accelerate responsible research into marine CDR. So that's really fantastic news, and we look forward to the results of that FTAC. And then the final thing is, who here has heard of 45Q? Smattering of hands. So 45Q is a tax credit which pays $180 per ton of carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere. And you would think that it would make sense for any way of removing it to work for that. But in fact, only direct air capture is eligible for that tax credit. So what we need is to level the playing field. We need a technology inclusive tax credit, which enables a broader portfolio of carbon removal solutions to continue to grow. So I will close by thanking EOPA for hosting this. This has been a wonderful event. Close by thanking all of you for still being here, and of course for DOE for helping to host and for their leadership on carbon removal. Feel free to find me afterwards or at dinner if you'd like to talk about any of this. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, this is the last time you're going to see me for today, as we're at the end of today's wonderful program. Let's give the EOPA and the Department of Energy OSDBU office a round of applause. And I want to echo what Tom said. Thank you for still being here after a long day. We trust that the information you heard today from the DOE office, from EPA, the federal offices, and all the various offices will stimulate you. And I know you're here because you're action driven, not to doing bigger and better things for clean energy. So we applaud you and we thank you. If for any reason you did not get the point of contacts from the DOE presenters or the federal offices, feel free to reach out to the OSDBU office at small business, one word, at hq.doe.gov, and we will relay the information to whom it is that you wish to get that question. So once again, we thank you. I just want to remind you all that we do have a wonderful yearly Forum and Expo, and next fiscal year, or actually June 3rd through the 4th, in Minneapolis, Minneapolis, Minnesota, will be hosting our Forum and Expo, where all the laboratories and the majority of the program offices will be there. So if you're inclined to learn more about the Department of Energy, we entreat you to attend our Forum and Expo. And at this time, I'm going to ask Alex to come up and he will provide you the logistics to the free dinner on EOPA. Alex.
All right, and a huge, huge thank you to the Department of Energy for hosting us. We really appreciate it. And it's been absolutely wonderful to partner over these years on energy security and solving the climate crisis. So thank you, thank you.